So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s. It's called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave, we're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage, and Mother Jones can't help us now anyway, anyway. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair melted, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many planning to come on to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. hoverboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everybody. How we doing? Hello, Ashley, Jake, Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. How we doing, folks? Captain Cadet, congrats on getting involved with your local DSA. Don't forget to reach out to Gamergy and join the DSA signal chat for the folks in the community. We got one. So we can just coordinate the Riverboat Shimp the Riverboat Shimp Caucus within the DSA. Hello, Cloud Dancer 23. Hello, Queenie. Hello, Kermit Thorson. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Hello, a raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Immobilizer. Hello, Queer Devil 666. Hello, Celeste Player 1. Hello, Dice Mistress. Hello, Clueless. Hello, Sheepish T-Rex. Hello, Tired and Trans. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, I Am Certain. Hello, Owlwise. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello. How we doing, folks? Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, Web Mage 101. Hello, Elzia Rose. Hello, Blake Gunnels. Hello, Mikola Brigida. Hello, if you'll bear in mind, Stop the Stupidity. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Though I do have to say, today, I believe we had a gifted, we had a sub earlier from Latzia at the very beginning. Hell yeah. But also, thank you to Screaming Phoenix for being a member. Do not fucking die. Very correct. No one is allowed. You can't. You are prohibited. All right? Stop the stupidity. Thank you very, very, very much. Hello, Liz K. Hello, Better Than Ember. Hello, how we doing? Hello, Captain Liza or Lisa. Hello. How we doing, Crochet Whimsy? Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, the UC Gamer. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Hello, Reb City. Hello, everybody. Hello, Mate Fanny Longlegs. Hello, Kirkney. Hello, Rab Adler. Hello, Heckin' Stuff. Hello, Brassman. Hello, Rhyme Jack. Hello, the Profane Priestess. I'm persisting out of spite because I'll be goddamned if I let these fuckers have even an ounce of victory. I am motivated by rage. Yes, the amount of rage that I've been feeling today truly has no bounds. Like an incandescent ball of pure anger. Anime Sidekick Gal, hello, Clueless, hello, Penny and T, hello, Forlorn79, hello, Sylvie the Bat, hello, Better Than Ember, hello, Fighting Hobbit. I might have given Better Than Ember a double hello, but it's so hard to figure it out across chat lines. Hello, the Cramps Band Fan. Hello, Vaughn400. Hello, everybody. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Matt at the Yahoo. Hello. How we doing, folks? Anime Sidekick Gal. Thank you for the $20 super chat to kick off stream today.
Fueled by utter rage today.
Yeah, I had therapy today, and all I could talk about was how angry I was at this, and my therapist was like, yeah, I saw the news, and I thought about you. And also, I got texted by like 5 other people who were telling me they weren't going to be coming into work today because they were just too angry to like function. Something happened? Yeah, things happened. We'll talk about it. Sake Tanuki,
when are we going to tackle the real sports issue? Trans guys crushing gymnastics floor routines. I still don't understand why we gender so many events.
We shouldn't. We shouldn't. We should have a way different way of categorizing sport competition. You know? Wait, I thought therapy made you more chill? No, it just helps you be more emotionally balanced and healthy about how you experience your emotions. Um, I hope you're doing better at least now after therapy. I'm not. I'm still very angry. I angrily ate I angrily ate a red curry burrito and some Korean barbecue croquettes, and then I fell asleep. And that did make me at least able to function through my rage. But I've been angry the entire time. We are going to talk about the Colorado elections. We're also going to be talking about polling for upcoming elections. Yeah, unfortunately, therapy doesn't work as like a emotions be gone spell. It doesn't work like that, sadly. Real talk, if your cis kid loses to a trans kid, your cis kid sucks. That's a skill issue, gamer. Get good, scrub. I mean, that's, yes. Literally all of the data we have, on trans kids in sports is that they are like on par with other like sports people, you know? All the data we have on adult trans athletes after multiple years, like after 1 to 2 years on HRT, trans adults reach parity with like the uh group that they're transitioning into. You know? It's literally just cope from the most fragile people imaginable. Love the choker, kind of a royal vibe. Thank you. I was gonna put on like a suit jacket because it seemed like a serious stream, but actually kind of like the look I got going on. I just think that there is probably like a way we can divide sports along lines that aren't sex, like by weight or by height or things like that. You know, like I think that there are other ways to divide, different categories. We do it in wrestling. I don't see why we can't do it in other things. Let's see. Also, just want to say, Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you so goddamn much for the 20 tier 1 memberships. Very much appreciated. Thank you very much. And I believe that brings us to actually 173. There we go. There's plenty of sports on the non-professional level where they have no gender separation. Yeah, I mean, like, I played a lot of intramural sports. There is no gender separation in intramural sports. It's just, whoever wants to play. Also, but like, we all know where this is coming from, right? Like, it has nothing to do with the fairness of the sport. It has everything to do with, like, they want to say a buff, manly man, like, got into boxing in the women's league so that he could beat on ladies. Look at the devastation wrought by the punches in this punching sport. Clearly, it's basically abuse. And it's just all misogyny. It is all weaponized misogyny so that they can scapegoat a like vulnerable minority. That's it. That's it, full stop. We'll talk a lot more about this, but like, I'm big mad about it, guys. SCOTUS, more like Scrotus, exactly. We all need to make a pact to live long enough to see this SCOTUS gone.
They banned trans women from chess. Guess they couldn't handle people who could make queens from kings.
But, like, that's the thing, right? They're like, what the fuck is it? Like, it's clearly not
With
about
the heat wave
fairness.
hitting hard, I want everyone to use caution while exercising to resist the fascists and collaborators.
True, Red
Hail,
Rudy.
hydrate, and praise AC.
And also, where's your fucking
We put
sunscreen?
people on the moon with frickin' slide rules. We could at least try to do something other than exclude children from spending fun time with friends.
Yeah, and like the other part is we all know it's not about the children, right? Like we all know that the attacks on trans kids have never specifically been about the children. It's just a way to get the foot in the door so that they can attack all trans people. It sucks butt. The fascist majority on the Supreme Court has about 30 years. Not if we dissolve the Supreme Court. Like, I know, look, I know that sounds insane, but I do really want to make clear everything is on the table as far as how do you reform what is happening right now. Like everything is on the table. The Goblin Culinarian, thank you for the 100 biddies. Story time, old lady at the drive-thru called me a slur because I, a 40-year-old man, have zero interest in high school sports. Ma'am, first off, this is Burger King. Second, those are children. Why are you like this? That's sus as hell. What a strange fucking thing to get mad at somebody about. Like, I'm not interested in high school sports either, outside of the abstract idea that, like, yeah, kids who want to play on the team should be able to, like, play on the team. That's crazy. Sorry that happened to you. Let's see here. The through line from Shelby to Calais is obvious. This is the same thing for trans folks. Yup. 1000%. 1000%.
Getting a head start on Wrath Month this year.
Yeah, we Wrath Month came a day early. And you fucking know those drama queens on SCOTUS waited until the last day of Pride Month just to, like, dig the knife in a little bit more. You know, those
I
fucking
read some of the
creeps.
opinion and Thomas was just straight up ruling based on vibes and bigotry. That really pissed me off because he's so smug in his language as well. Dissolve the court, make it better.
The thing is, the crazy part is that Clarence Thomas is supposed to be an originalist. He's supposed to be like, well, this is what the
left
founders
party would be
intended.
constantly trying to make the GOP go the way of the Whigs.
Yep. 100%. But, like, Clarence Thomas is out here being like, well, I believe in an originalist interpretation of the Constitution. And then in his fucking dissent on trans kids, he's just, like, fucking firing from the hip, basically saying, well, trans people aren't real, and anyone who thinks they are is crazy. Like, it's nuts. It's fucking disgusting. It's brazen. It truly is, like, the death of legitimate like the death of legitimacy for the Supreme Court. But we'll talk about that when we get to our section on SCOTUS.
Reminder that Clarence Thomas was the replacement for Thurgood Marshall.
Yeah. Yeah. The only way to fix this is through violence. If that is your position, you need to go elsewhere, friend. See ya. Not gonna have Fed posting in my chat today, folks. I, for one, am not keen to get a door knock from, a 3-letter agency. Who the fuck said that? Someone who's not here anymore. Nice try, FBI. Not today. You'll have to get up a little bit earlier. I bet it was vertical. It was not. Perhaps horizontal chat should check for the sawdust in their own eye before they look at the sawdust in other people's eyes. Because the sawdust in horizontal's eye is, in fact, an entire plank of wood. Ho ho! That was a direct quote from the Bible. All right. Look, today I am extremely angry, and I'm not okay. And I know a lot of you guys aren't okay too. So I'm gonna try my best to make this as fun of a show as we can have. And I'm still gonna try and crack some jokes, crack some wise. I do recall the ho ho in the Bible. Yeah, that Saint Nick said it. He's in the Bible, guys. You have to look carefully. It's in the chapter on Christmas. Which one is horizontal again? If you're over on Twitch, you are in one of the horizontal chats. All right. God.
Clarence Thomas once said he wanted to serve as long as possible to make liberals' lives miserable because he's cunty.
I gotta say, I like how text-to-speech read that. Also Brutus Magnuson, correct. Okay, you guys ready to, do our thing? Do the thing what we do? There we go. Gosh, this outfit is very boobular, though. Learn to chat biblically. All right. I mixed a beverage that may or may not be alcoholic. I put it in this delightful
SCOTUS
little
needs to remember that they serve
guy.
us, not Tangerine Mussolini.
Indeed. Indeed. Megan Fox's giant boobs. Thank you for the $5 super chat. All right, guys. Is it LSD? No. Are you a cop? You literally have to tell me if you're a cop. All right. Here we go, folks. What's that title mean? We'll talk about it. All right. We're going to ease into the show today. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that Russell Vogt got brought in front of Congress today to talk about federal spending. Now, for those of you who don't know, Russell Vogt is the head of the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, which is presumably the office that handles budgeting and management, and a place where one should presumably know how much things cost. Like, you're the guy through which all of the money in the executive branch flows. Seems like you should probably know your way around the pocketbook of the government. Well, let's just look at this line of questioning between Mark Pocan. I wanted to say it pecan so badly. Pocan and Russell Vogt.
Do you know how much we spent on the war in Iran so far?
We've spent about $30 billion.
$30 billion? So I'm going to hold you to that because people are saying it's more like $100 billion.
Well, I'm just telling you what I've heard from the Department of War and the analysis that they've given us.
Okay. I'm just going to remember today, June 30th, 2026, you're saying as of today, $30 billion is what we spent.
That's the number that I have.
No, I appreciate that.
Now, what's interesting about this is that doesn't really seem to at all comport with what has been reported. Like, we have, based on the Pentagon's own briefing, that the Pentagon is mandated to report to Congress. This is what it currently costs for the war in Iran. $113 billion and $300 million on top of that. So he seems to be a bit off from how much money is actually being spent. Yeah, simple rounding error. Must have been. Must have been. But I do also want to point out that Russell Vogt is the guy who formerly was in charge of the Heritage Foundation. He's been brought in to be in charge of the OMB, so he can basically slash spending across the federal government. And I want to highlight this particular exchange also between Mr. Pocan and Russell Vogt. And I think that this is maybe one of the most vile exchanges that I've ever seen take place amongst our government officials. And truly, I do want to hammer home here, the folks who work for the Heritage Foundation, they're all like true believers in a kind of Christian nationalism, a kind of morally pure crusade to restore things to the true Christian origins of America and build that city on a hill, that special, exceptional place where Christians are free and no heresy is tolerated, right? And in light of that, I think that this line of questioning from Mr. Pocan is actually quite good. All right?
Do you concur that multiple studies have shown that people, both adults and children across the globe, have died because of cuts to programs like USAID?
I do not concur with the validity of those studies. They are based on
Do you agree that people have died across the globe because of our cuts?
I believe these studies that people are banting about.
My question is, do you believe people have died because of the cuts to USAID? It's simple, yes or no.
I do not believe that the administration.
You don't believe anyone's died?
Let me finish the question.
No, it's a yes or no.
It is.
Doctor, it's really simple. Do you think people died or not?
Cuts are aimed.
Full moon tonight. Hopefully none of y'all are werewolves.
I hope you all are werewolves. And you can be your werewolfist selves.
All right, you're not going to answer it. I would claim my time. I thought you were going to be a little more helpful, Director Vogt, but that's fine. So this is Boston studies, Lancet studies. Others have said hundreds of thousands to millions of kids and adults will die because of this. One of your co-conspirators, Elon Musk, recently has been going nuts trying to claim no one's died, and he has to name names. So let me mention a few people who've died because of these cuts. Rovina Naboy in Kenya, her little daughter Jane died of starvation in a refugee camp because we cut back on their food and the food rations. She got sick and died. Ugana Balama in Nigeria, USAID-funded program, babies a special nutrient-dense paste to avoid malnutrition. She had twins, 6 months old. The program ended abruptly because of cuts to USAID. 2 weeks later, one of the twins died. I've got a bunch more. Are you familiar with any of these stories?
13.4 million for civic engagement.
Are you
in
familiar
South
with any of these stories? There's no number involved in that answer, Director Vogt.
You're citing.
Are you familiar with any of these stories? I just gave you 2 examples. Are you familiar? It's a yes or no. Don't dance. You're not a tap dancer. Are you familiar with the stories? It's really that simple.
I am familiar with the press that you are citing. The reports that you are also referring to are
I take my time back. You're clearly not going to answer questions today. I thought you came to answer questions. You're not. So will you commit to reach out if I submit some of these names of people who have allegedly died due to cuts? Will you personally reach out to find out if they have, since you're saying no one's died?
I will personally read all correspondence that Congress gives me and do everything I can to be responsive to them.
Yeah, and could you reach out to them to actually verify whether or not someone's died because of a cut to USAID?
We're monitoring all of these studies to see if there's validity, but there is nothing about those studies that has caused us to think differently about ending
morally,
$4.6 million to build climate resilience in Honduras.
Take my time back, please. Morally, isn't it wrong to facilitate the death of children?
Isn't it morally wrong to
That's a question coming back with
Zimbabwe?
Look, you're not Confucius or whatever you think you are answering the.
By the way, can I just say his attempt to come back there? Isn't it morally wrong to facilitate civic engagement in Zimbabwe? Are you asking, is it morally wrong to get people to participate in a democracy? Because the answer's no. Just as an FYI, even if we engaged with this question for half a second.
Question with a question. I said, is it morally wrong to facilitate the killing of children?
You're basing
Simple question.
You're basing it on a premise that is false. I'm not going to answer that question.
Take my time back. You wrote in a 2021 article in Newsweek about Christian nationalism that our rights and duties are understood to come from God. Isaiah 58:7 commands, quote, share your food with the hungry and provide the poor wanderer with shelter. Are you saying God was misquoted or wrong?
I'm sorry. What does it have to do with the question with regard to our
administration? It's morally wrong to facilitate the death of children. Do you concur that?
Like, dog, this man's a Christian nationalist, and he just had the Bible quoted at him after trying desperately to defend depriving children of food. And then is like, well, what do you mean? How does that have anything to do with our administration? And it's like, bitch, you are the administration. What you think about this matters. You wrote an article about what you think your duty is to God and country. And when you get asked, oh, is it morally wrong to facilitate the death of children? You can't answer it because you are actively facilitating the death of children and you fucking know it. You fucking know it. It is so grotesque. And, like, it really shows the hollowness of their religious beliefs and that all of this is mere pretense in order to secure what they're really after, which is power. And this is one of the things that ultimately is reflected in every single Christian nationalist in this administration. Because it's not just Russell Vogt who's doing this. Here's a little clip of J.D. Vance earlier today. Let's take a quick look at what he's doing.
And I also am a Catholic convert, so of course I've...
Oh, wow, 2 Catholic converts. Interestingly enough, the church on screen is not a Catholic church. It's actually a Protestant church that has never seen, head or hide of J.D. Vance, oddly enough.
Was fascinated by your book. And you write that your faith shapes how you govern. So was there any time where your Catholic faith caused you to oppose an administration action or where your opinion changed even slightly because of your faith?
Well, I think that my faith is constantly asking me to have humility about what's going on. So, one of the things I try to do, Laura, is constantly ask myself, what have we learned? Has what we learned, is it consistent with what I thought was going to happen, or is it inconsistent with what I thought was going to happen? I really do think that Christian faith calls political leaders to be humble, because real humility is how you learn. It's how you learn about other people, and it's how you make better decisions over the course of time. The other thing, Laura, I'd say that my faith really motivates me towards is to remember that our economic policy, it doesn't exist for corporations. It doesn't exist for Wall Street. As much as we want everybody to be successful, it exists to support the dignity of human beings. We want every American to be able to raise a family, to be able to support themselves in comfort and in dignity. That's why we're trying to bring investment in manufacturing back to the United States of America. That's why we don't like low-wage foreigners coming in and undercutting the wages of American workers. We want normal Americans to be able...
I'm sorry, what was that last piece? Let's just play that back real quick.
Trying to bring investment in manufacturing back to the United States of America. That's why we don't like low-wage foreigners coming in and undercutting the wages of American workers. We want... normal Americans to be able to live a dignified life. And I think that's a very, very Christian concept. The final point
we don't want those low-wage foreigners coming in here. And I think that's a very Christian concept. Is genuinely one of the most insane things I've ever heard. And that's speaking as someone who has, again, read the entire Bible, right? Here's a quote for you guys. They will answer, Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or a stranger or needing clothes or sick or in prison and did not help you? He will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me. Then they will go away to eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life. That's Matthew 25. It's a pretty famous parable from a little-known carpenter by the name of Jesus Christ. And so when someone says, oh, I'm a Christian nationalist, right? Oh, yeah, I'm a Christian nationalist. And, I really think it makes me humble. It gives me a certain humility in what I do. But then you'll go on to talk about how actually it's your Christian duty to, shepherd out the low-wage foreigners from your territory. Truly, you are missing the entire fucking point. And, I know... I'm not a Christian anymore, all right? I don't put a whole lot of stock into this, but I know that even were I to be in that fundamentalist mindset, I would have found this to be completely cowardly and odious in the most extreme way imaginable. Because to someone who actually gives a shit about Christianity, to someone who actually gives a shit about what the Bible does say, that was insanely, disgustingly at odds. And so, again, I want to reiterate that for someone like J.D. Vance, it has never, ever, ever been about, what he genuinely believes. Right? Instead, it has always been about what his professed belief can get him. Who he can be on the inside with, how he can, manipulate those who share that belief into supporting him. Because for him, it is part of the stepping stones he follows to power. That's all Christian nationalists are, by the way. It is a bastardization of a religious belief in an effort to secure power. That is it. The power in and of itself is meaningless to true people who actually believe these religions, right? The fundamentalism mixed with the nationalism, that is a grotesque bastardization of religion. And I'm not the kind of person who's going to go to bat for religion by and large, but I am the kind of person who is going to point at this and say, this is a particularly disgusting and monstrous development. And I think anyone of good conscience, anyone of reasonably true faith should be able to identify this type of monster lurking amidst any political movement.
Yeshua bin Yosef was not available for comment. DHS is not sure of his whereabouts after his detention.
Last I heard, he might have been put on a plane and sent to Egypt. Can't confirm though. Anyway, folks, just a little update from, guys who are full of shit land. just what's going on today in Washington D.C. All that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and organize. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and folks, you need help taking those first steps, going to your first meeting, need help figuring out how to maneuver in those orgs in order to maximize your influence, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA.
Excuse me, Mr. Vice President? I was just wondering why you have an IKEA catalog glued to your desk.
Oh, look! It's Couch Fucker! You gonna fuck a couch buddy?
Christians have been doing my head in with their hypocrisy since I was 14. Be gay, don't do crime, do witchcraft. I just saw this fun short which properly conveys the vibe.
We'll take a look at that in a minute after I wrap this up. But folks, also check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It's comfortable, sexy lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. I said that twice because it's true. Check out ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Oof. Also, hello, Marie Trans VRC. I recently joined DSA because I like to watch your vids a lot. Just wanted to say I love your stuff on live. Thank you so goddamn much. Make sure you reach out to GamerG and you can get added to the Riverboat Jack Shimp Caucus within DSA. I think we're over 50 members now in total, which is actually a pretty sizable contingent, considering a lot of y'all have been doing good work and some of y'all have gone to national.
ICJ Ikieson has been let out of his cell today.
It's true. It's true. When he gets let out of his cell, there's just a black couch waiting for him.
JD Vance was caught in a threesome with Raymer and Flanagan.
No! Cardstockcaster, thank you for the $5 dono. And Two Spectral Wolves. When I click on this, it just takes me to Dragonforge Studios. And I don't think that is what you intended to link, but I appreciate you. Thank you for the $10 dono. All right. Go. All right, folks, we've been going for, believe it or not, about an hour now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, do the things. You know the things. Here you go. Oh, I did not launch my software. I restarted the computer. Oh, no. Oh, no. There we go. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Yo, weighted blankets are goated, Cardstock. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Let's go. Whew. Jack looking like a James Bond villain. I've only drowned some people in molten silver, contrary to the lying press's claims. All right. Good night, Ashley. All right. Y'all ready for our next segment? Silver, cheapskate. Look, we got to keep things fresh in the James Bond franchise. Instructions unclear. Stuck in toaster. All right. Y'all ready to go? Hamburger, help me. It is hot tonight. Yeah, it's hot in here. Can we bully Stephen Miller? Probably. Don't let your dreams be memes. At the ready. Thank you, John Bainbridge. I was looking for chatter feedback. All right. Let's do this. So, folks, we have to talk about polling. Specifically, how the Colorado polls are doing, how the Maine polls are doing. We got to talk about a lot of the different, where's the momentum at behind some of the progressive challengers that we have been checking in with lately. And I do want to say it is nice to see Susan Collins squirm. And so I thought we'd open up the segment by talking a little bit about this.
Sir. You voted with President Trump about 94% of the time, which might sound high, but most people have in your party have been with him 100% of the time. And he has pointed the finger at you several times over different issues. One of them was the fact that you held out for quite some time on your vote of support for Justice Kavanaugh. Is this an issue that you think is troublesome for you in this race now that Roe v. Wade was overturned in Maine, across the country?
Well, first of all, let me make clear that I disagreed with the Supreme Court's 6-3 decision overturning Roe v. Wade. But the fact is that whether Justice Kavanaugh were confirmed or not, Roe v. Wade would have been overturned given the 6-3 vote. Sir.
You voted with President Trump about 94% of the time, which
Oh, Susan Collins. Oh, Susan Collins. Like, I love that she's just like, well, I confirmed Brett Kavanaugh, and that really didn't make much of a difference. I also confirmed Neil Gorsuch, and, well, I guess if you look at it, all of the conservative justices that I've confirmed did make the difference. Like, it is one of those situations where I'm just flabbergasted. Like, and it does make what's happening in Maine right now really makes sense. I want to share with you guys something that I found exciting. All right.
The health of every person,
this is
home,
an ad,
and neighborhood is connected. That's why United Health Group partners with local organizations to improve.
Okay, there we go. We were able to do it. Does she sound like the woman version of RFK? It's true, she does.
They're all fossils, old woman emoji, old man emoji.
Welcome to the Journal Editorial Report. I'm Paul Gigot. A defiant Graham Plattner is vowing to take on President Trump and take down Susan Collins after a series of scandals failed to derail his bid for the Democratic Senate nomination in Maine. Plattner's decisive victory in Tuesday's primary sets up a high-stakes showdown with Collins in November in a race that could very well determine control of the U.S. Senate. The president said Wednesday that, despite their differences, the Republican incumbent has his full support.
She had 10,000 votes. She never missed a vote. Unfortunately, because sometimes she voted against me. Look, she's a sane woman, and she's a respected person. Maybe a little different ideology than me, but this guy is a thug.
Let's bring in our panel. Longtime Wall.
But this guy's a thug. Yeah, he was a thug for the U.S. government. Like the thing you pay millions of people to be.
Wall Street Journal columnist and editor Dan Henninger and columnist Kim Strassel and Alicia Finley. So, Kim, Democrats have known for a long time about Graham Plattner's vulnerabilities, and yet they voted for him anyway, and a big majority. So what are they thinking here? Because he could lose to Collins.
Yeah, I think they're a little starstruck, Paul.
Well, what are they thinking? He could lose.
He came in and he just had this huge progressive momentum behind him, support from Bernie Sanders, etc. And what they've decided to do is just close their eyes to all the problems. And look, there's a lot. These are not like just allegations. He has a long and admitted history online of really offensive comments to people. By his wife's own admission,
What's interesting to me, right, is when it comes to Democrats and when it comes to Republicans, like the main attack seems to be, mean things were said on the internet. And frankly, like, mean things get said on the internet all the time. Like, I sit here and I do my show every day and I see people post like crazy shit in the chats. And like, these are people who work at Fox News, people who work overtime to fabricate stories about how 12-year-olds who were shot by police were no angel. Like, this is the kind of thing you guys do for a living. And so part of me is just kind of like, okay, that's interesting. But I'm going to throw out, what do Democrats see in him? And, well, number one, he's one of the only candidates who's able to defeat Susan Collins. Specifically, in this part here, the new poll finds Republican incumbent Susan Collins has a small 3 percentage point advantage, receiving 50% to Plattner's 47% among Maine registered voters. And then buried a little bit deeper, but among the 2/3 of voters who say they are extremely motivated to vote, Plattner leads by 9 points, 53 to 44%. That's driven by a 15-point enthusiasm gap, as more Democrats, 76%, than Republicans, 61%, describe themselves as highly motivated to cast a ballot this year, meaning that people are way more interested in voting for Graham Plattner than they are in voting for Susan Collins. And, like, frankly, Susan Collins among Republicans are like she's viewed as a traitor because she's only voted with him, not with Donald Trump 94% of the time. She's viewed as a turncoat. She's not viewed as a reasonable one. She's viewed as old as hell. The people in general are not enthusiastic about Susan Collins, and certainly not younger people. And when we look at the race in Maine, all of the momentum is behind Graham Plattner. And he's one of the only people in the field who is capable of defeating Susan Collins prior to the primary. And now there is just a straight shot to the November election, and it's, you know, it'll be interesting to say the least. Yes, I was look, I was looking at shoes earlier today. I do want to say I was looking at cooler shoes than what were on screen. Don't get distracted. Focus, chat. Focus. All right? Focus. Yeah, exactly. Who's going to go out and knock doors for Susan Collins if they aren't being paid well above minimum wage to do it? You know? Like Graham Plattner has people lining up to volunteer for him. Nobody gives a fuck about volunteering for Susan Collins. She manifests no loyalty among the electorate whatsoever. And people are actually donating their time and energy to making sure Graham Plattner can get elected, right? And I think that this is something that is notable. And we have a chance of flipping a Republican Senate seat, which is a huge deal. Susan Collins has had that seat locked down for years. This is a big deal. And in other news, we have another big deal, which is very specifically James Tallarico coming out with some surprise polling here, showing how he's doing up against Ken Paxton. So specifically, in a very similar situation, the New York Times finds James Tallarico and Ken Paxton each are getting 47% of likely voters. So with Tallarico and Ken Paxton literally neck and neck, they are like Texas is now officially in play. And when we start looking at like why is Tallarico doing so well, it's because Ken Paxton is a fucking freak. He's a freak. And because of that, Tallarico is actually winning around 9% of Trump voters in the state of Texas. He's winning over a not insubstantial amount of MAGA, because even MAGA looks at Ken Paxton and goes, nah, can't do that. Can't do that. And even more impressively, Tallarico is up 32 points with Latinos, which is huge because the Latino vote matters to a large degree in Texas for obvious reasons. But when we then look at how MAGA views Ken Paxton, they view him as an extremist. They view him as a freak. He comes across as demonic to MAGA. You know, they do not like him. And the reverse is true of Tallarico. Tallarico, who by all accounts is, you know, maybe one of the better moderate Democrats, you know, in the grand scheme of things, but his rhetoric is so on point that he is actually able to present himself in a palatable way to many people in Texas. They look at him and they're like, that's just a good guy. So all of the attacks that are being levied against Tallarico here are falling really flat. Like this idea, oh, he's a vegan communist. He's probably gay. And then like he has like a hot girlfriend, and like everyone short-circuited. All of the Fox News punditry just like collectively exploded a little bit. So oh, Paladin lost. One of my coworkers is a mild Republican in Texas, and that friend is going for Tallarico. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's not that Ken Paxton isn't competitive in Texas, it's neck and neck. Like, these are all the factors that make it neck and neck. But what that does mean is that right now, it's a coin flip, whether it's Tallarico or Ken Paxton. So if you guys are interested, I would highly encourage you guys to get involved with like Progressive Victory and like get involved in some kind of door knocking, phone banking, text banking campaign. Get started doing that shit, because Or if you're in Texas, volunteer for the Talarico campaign, knock on doors, phone bank, because they can use all of the help that they can get. Because I guarantee you, people are not signing up to do that for Ken Paxton, right? Ken Paxton is a fucking freak. And the only people who are interested in him are also fucking freaks. And frankly, the fucking freak demographic is not very oriented towards doing door knocking and talking with actual human beings, you know? So, all of that being said, we have to continue talking about this because I'm just excited where this all goes. And tonight we have exciting news out of Colorado. Let's take a quick gander at the Colorado state of play at the moment. Let's take a look at the governorship here. Now, my understanding is that Phil Weiser is the more progressive candidate in the governor race, and Michael Bennett, who thought to benefit from an endorsement from Jared Polis, is getting clobbered. And I, for one, am excited to see this outcome. Slightly more disturbingly, Republicans in Colorado seem to have been won over by Victor Marx sufficiently so that the race is now too close to call. And I just, man, was it really that hard of a choice for you guys? The guy who couldn't tell you how many people he had personally saved as like a combat missionary. The guy who like wondered why it would be important if he had ever for the public to know if he'd ever killed a man. The guy who practiced, oh god, what is the martial art that his dad developed? That's Cajun karate. Yeah, it just sounds fake as hell. Oh yeah, he also talked about being forced to kill a man at the age of 7 and then didn't want to talk about that anymore and would not elaborate. Yeah, the guy who brought an attack dog to his debate and then joked about it attacking one of the moderators. That's the guy that is currently in a race that's too close to call in Colorado for the Republicans. Y'all are fucking nuts, by the way. And if you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, please check out the Colorado GOP primary debate that I covered, and also check out the interview with Karl Marx, or Victor Marx, sorry, habit. Victor Marx and the best newsman in Colorado. All right, I got that up on my channel as well. Truly insane shit, right? Colorado Republicans, like, what is in your water? But let's check in with the Senate race. And here we have a bit of a disappointment, which is that Julie Gonzalez did not manage to pull out enough votes to actually seal the deal here. John Hickenlooper looks like he's going to be the Democratic nominee for the Senate in Colorado. He's very electable. I understand why, but like, damn, I wish we had gotten Julie Gonzalez. And finally, let's take a look at the House, where it looks like the race has been officially called for Milat Kiros. We got another DSA candidate going to Congress, baby. Probably. Probably. Caveat that this is not the general election, but like, her victory is a really fucking big deal, folks. That is some celebration-worthy material. And I just think y'all should feel pretty good about that. Also, worth noting that in District 8, our boy Manny Rutinel, the developer behind the hit video game that we demonstrated on stream last time. Here, let me bring that up. Oh god, we need the website. There we go. There we go. More retro battle game, baby. Help Manny take back the house. I wonder if there are any secrets. There are not. I'm gay, and I'll do whatever Trump and his billionaire buddies want me to do. If you don't like that, guess we'll have to compete for this seat. It's so charming. They have like a little battle, save Social Security. Privatize push, it's risky. Lower costs. For housing and Medicare, haha! Tariff wall. Looks like we'll have to have a town hall. Gabe is scared to face his constituents. Gabe is defeated. Our economy and essential programs will recover. Anyway, it's really charming. I thought that was a fun little campaign thing. Yeah, he just won his the Dem nomination here over Shannon Bird. So I think this is by and large a really, really good night. A cute little game maker looking RPG. It's nice. That was an ad. That was an ad for his campaign. Yeah, it's on his campaign website. I just thought that was cute as hell. Sorry. Music is definitely not 16-bit. Haha, it's intense. I mean, it's definitely, yeah. You know, it could have been developed upon, expanded a little bit. Once we have a concentrated DSA group within Congress, in the House and the Senate, maybe they'll pool their resources together and we'll get a fully fledged RPG battler where you can travel the United States and take back the rest of Congress. You know, maybe we can get a fully fledged RPG for the voters to play. Anyway, I just think it's a good night. You know, we're not winning all of our battles, but we're winning quite a few of the battles. And I think that is great. And I think that we are on the right track. The more people get involved, the more people start showing up to these meetings in their local Democratic parties, in their local DSA meetings, the more people that get involved, the more people that do the door knocking, the phone banking, the more people that get to work, the better off we are all going to be. And we are going to be okay. And I know it's really easy for folks to feel like, oh, everything is broken, everything is on fire, it will never be good again. But folks, that's not true. These corporations, these Republicans, they pay billions of dollars every year to convince you that it's hopeless and that you should just check out, that you should just stay home, that you shouldn't do anything. Just be quiet, just consume. And I'm here to tell you, it's not hopeless. There are other people out there fighting. It is not an empty wasteland, but you got to go out there and you got to make those connections because no one else can do it for you. So, let's get to work, folks.
Hope still with us.
Hell yeah, Blaze Tensei. And thank you for the Prime. And also, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and leave a comment. Let me know what you think about what is going on with the polling. What do you think is likely to happen with these deadlocks when it comes to the November election? And folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get out there, join those meetings, get involved. And if you don't know where to start and you don't know how to join your first meeting, folks, reach out to us on Discord. Join our Discord, !Discord in any of the chats. And reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA and making it more effective. And reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems and making them not shit.
I'm looking more for a Monday morning quarterbacking position on a couch. Is that still available? Hashtag people are aroused.
You know, you can Monday morning quarterback by getting involved in extensive progressive victory phone banking efforts, which you can do on Mondays, probably, and from your couch, also, maybe. So check out Progressive Victory. There's a link down below as well to get involved in that. But yeah, Dragonfly will help you figure out how to kick out those corporate Dems, and will also help you figure out how to get involved and how to connect with your local Democratic Party, because sometimes that can be a little bit tricky. So check all of that out. And folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Look at us go. Look at us go. I got radicalized because they threatened to take away porn. No fapping, no peace. True. Excellent reason to be radicalized, because fuck that. New microphone? No. It just might be more on screen. Why do I sound different? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Can I tell you how to get bitches? Step 1, stop calling them bitches and instead ask about how you can connect with other people. Can I show you a pair of deck builder which got new bed? You can show me one.
Hi, I'm Andrea from Wonderbelly Games, here to show you some of the work we've done to expand the demo for Arcane Eats, our delicious deck builder where you cook up the tastiest combos. In Arcane Eats, you shape your cuisine deck with magical ingredients and kitchen tools while hiring a crew that knows how to make the most of what you're cooking. In our expanded demo, we've also added a new spice to the mix, enchantments. At Charms & Noble, you can buy cookbooks to enchant your cooktops with spells like Happy Hour Ritual and Raging Spices.
I'm not sure what it is.
These will make
the animation I'm finding a little bit off-putting. I don't know how to put my finger on that though.
Flavors even more powerful, and you're gonna need it because you can now play through a second week of running your restaurant. And week 2 is when the nightlife starts to show up and get rowdy. Vampires, werewolves, a sneaky raccoon, and gelatinous cubes. If you can survive all that,
I bet I could cook something delicious for Gelatinous Cube.
You'll face off against a new judge, Julia Cragchild. Julia is a culinary legend known for her gigantic appetite and earth-shaking enthusiasm. If you can make a meal to move this mountain, you'll earn your second Mithril star and be one step closer to proving your epic status as a chef.
Okay, but also, are all of the fantasy creatures, you know, like, are all of them based on actual cooking celebrities? Like, are we gonna encounter like Anthony Bourdain, but like Boar is spelled Boar, and like he's a boar man? Hello, Joe Burtis. All right, good stuff. And let me do this. All right. Gordon Ramsay. I too have watched Legends of Evantris, Dimwits of the Dimwood, season 1. Kenneth Moyers. Hey, we can't just dissolve. Oh, you meant the institution. Yes, we could, or legislatively overrule Marbury and yank their proverbial teeth out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we aren't going to physically dissolve the Supreme Court, though we could scientifically for science. Well, Papa Zhao, like, you calling women bitches isn't related to your younger brother's behavior. Just like as like a starting point for how to like relate with women, don't call them bitches. Are pigs native to the U.S.? Some pigs, yes. All right. Y'all ready for our next segment? Ken Paxton was just caught on video jetting off to a European vacation with an alleged mistress. It's on the top of the Reddit right now. Well, you know, fuck Ken Paxton. Unless you're his mistress, in which case, cuck him. I don't think I was ready for the last segment. Well, are you ready for this one? All right, Princess Darkness, let's go! So, folks, I am a big proponent of people being able to manage their mental health. I think it's really important. I think that mental health is something that has traditionally been pretty undervalued when it comes to people's well-being. And it's something that, you know, I have struggled with my entire life. And as such, when I see someone publicly who is in an like a position of power struggling with their mental health, I am inclined to, you know, extend a lot of grace towards that individual. That being said, when that person is a Republican lawmaker who has voted to strip millions of people of their health care and ability to get the help that they need, and has voted in favor of the Make America Healthy Again agenda, which involves, of course, devaluing mental health needs for folks, my grace becomes a little bit less extended. Now, very specifically, there is a Republican member of Congress by the name of Tom Keene. Now, Tom Keene, he's over in the House. He's been missing for months. And no one has been able to say where he is. People didn't know what happened to him. There wasn't an explanation to his constituents. There wasn't an explanation to the press. There wasn't an explanation on any of this. He was just gone, with his staffers being like, "Trust us, he's still alive, we think," and that seems bad, right? Like, there needs to be some accountability. And earlier today, he turned up in Congress for the first time in months, and here's what he had to say about that.
I rise today with deep gratitude for the patience, the kindness, the prayers, and the concern that have been shown to me and my family over the course of the last several months. This is not an easy speech for me to give. I am a private person by nature, And I spent most of my life talking about the people that I represent, the issues facing our communities, and the work that continues to be done. Talking about myself has never come naturally. But I believe that I owe an explanation to the people of New Jersey's 7th District, to my colleagues in this chamber, and to the American people for my absence. Several months ago, due to health concerns, I entered the hospital for some testing. I did not believe that this would result in a long-term stay. I was given the diagnosis of depression. Now, when people hear the word depression, many people simply feel it means feeling sad. But depression is so much more than that. It is physical. It is emotional. And until you experience it yourself, it is difficult to fully understand how powerful this illness can be. The doctors recommended that I remain in the hospital to address my illness. They explained to me that this would be the fastest way to recovery. And to be honest, I was hesitant. I didn't think that I had time for it. I had responsibilities to my family. I had responsibilities to my constituents. I had responsibilities to this institution. And like many people, I believed that I could simply push through. But I agreed to follow my doctor's recommendations. Again, not believing that it would result in a long-term stay. I rise today.
Yeah. This guy has been in politics for 2 decades. He voted against the New Jersey Earned Sick Leave Act, which guaranteed 5 paid sick leave days per year for every worker in New Jersey. He voted against New Jersey's No Surprise Medical Bills Act. And also 2 paid family leave laws over the years. He is someone who has explicitly made it harder for millions of people in his home state to take time off of work to see to their own medical needs, both mental and physical. And he is someone who voted for the one big beautiful bill that kicked millions of people off of Medicaid. And I want to remind folks that added more work requirements to Medicaid.
Better version.
Oh yes, we'll get this. Saket Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. He has made it very difficult for people to take time off of work in order to get the healthcare that they need, including the people who are on Medicaid, who are too destitute to be able to afford healthcare for themselves. And he's continuously thrown up barriers while he benefits from the best healthcare that this nation can provide off the taxpayer dime. And so when he says, well, I took some time off for depression, I want people to understand he hadn't been seen in Congress since April. Since April. It's now July. He was gone for like 2.5 months. And he comes up here, he's like, well, depression is a very serious issue, and I have long supported mental health. No, you haven't. You fucking liar. Do you know how many people in America have depression? Do you have any idea how, like, I have depression. I can't take months off of work. Like, it is infuriating that this man benefits so greatly from our system and has the ability to take so much time off of working for his
Just got the
constituents.
letter about my Medicaid for next year. Apparently they exempt you from the work requirements if you earn over a certain amount/month.
Yeah, so, but if you're poor, you're kind of shit out of luck. It's truly, it's disgusting. It is disgusting. But Republicans are nothing if not hypocritical. You know? The Make America Healthy Again Act is, or not act, Make America Healthy Again initiative. It is one born out of hypocrisy. You know, it's healthcare for me, but not for thee. In a similar vein, the Make America Healthy Again movement is a situation where ultimately the people who are majorly into Maha, what they are actually doing is taking the costs that are currently collectively borne by society and putting them instead onto individuals so that the wealthiest people in the world don't have to subsidize everybody else. That's how it works, right? And on that note, I do want to introduce you guys to this article courtesy of the Sick Times. Wastewater testing is going to go bankrupt. Public health organizations are calling for Congress to fund the CDC's wastewater surveillance program, which tracks COVID-19 and other diseases, in its 2027 budget, while state health departments plan ahead for potential gaps in grants. Which, just as an FYI, we don't have yet. So what is wastewater testing? Why is it so important? Well, in a world of, transmissible diseases, it turns out that the CDC, part of their job was to go and monitor the wastewater from different parts of the country in order to test, where are diseases, being transmitted. Because by testing the wastewater, they can often find traces of the diseases that are circulating in different communities, right? This was used notably for COVID-19, but it is used for a wide variety of other diseases as well, and other illnesses, primarily illnesses that are transmitted via water or through water droplets that then go through the sewage system. And instead, we kind of have like a lot of gaps in the current system. Yeah, wastewater surveillance in the US for COVID-19 and other infectious diseases may be curtailed starting this fall unless the CDC receives more funding for its program. And this year it runs out of the funds that Congress allocated to it back in 2021. And without those funds, your wastewater can't be tested, and thus we can't know where, different waterborne illnesses are being transmitted. This has huge implications for a wide variety of different diseases, and is, in fact, going to be something that makes a lot of people very, very sick. But unfortunately, this government doesn't really care all that much about the science. It doesn't really care all that much about keeping people safe. And yeah, they're the folks who are experts in this are worried. Here is a quote from Rachel Poretsky, a microbiologist at the University of Illinois, Chicago. Wastewater surveillance is one of the best ways, regardless of what your political stance is, to spend tax dollars because it's cheap for what you get and super informative. Because it allows you, again, to see where variants of different diseases are going. It allows you to identify new strains of illnesses that might be proliferating in different communities. And it's also quite useful beyond just COVID. It also helps to track things like the flu, RSV, measles, and notably, and importantly, avian flu. Now, many of you may have been like not quite as worried about this as I am in the Midwest, but avian flu has been very much going around the different livestocks. And the big worry is if it makes a leap into humans and begins proliferating in human circles. And one of the ways you could be able to find that and test it is through wastewater testing. This is, by the way, one of the ways you can stop a pandemic before it starts, and why it's so important for initiatives like this to be funded. It's true, Philip Schwartz. People will only get more pissed as time goes by. Very true. But yeah, it is it's bad stuff. And also worth noting, do y'all remember polio fucking came back in 2022 because people stopped getting their shots? Well, one of the reasons they were able to figure out where it was in the scale of the damage was because they used wastewater surveillance. They used the wastewater testing in order to identify this. So, I don't know, guys. Like, at a certain point, I'm just throwing up my hands. It's ridiculous. We live in a country where instead of just making sure we understand where diseases are circulating, we're specifically just like turning a blind eye to it and hoping for the best, which seems like, I don't know, kind of setting ourselves up for a horrific amount of pain and suffering. Anyway, make America healthy again, I guess. And with that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about wastewater surveillance. And also, get organized, folks. Get organized, and let's save some science, huh? Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help organizing in your DSA and making it more effective. Reach out to Dragonfly for help finding your local Dems and making sure you're maximizing your effectiveness, advocating for pro-working class policies among them. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking underwear. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. I'm old enough to have lived through one swine flu, mad cow disease, SARS, then COVID. Mad cow disease was fucking apocalyptic. People forget about that. Now, folks, we have been going for an hour and 45 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button. Let's go. Damn it, Jack, you'll wake my grandson up if he hears click the butt. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jack's outfits are like angel or devil. Today is angel. Thank you. What can I say? I take some religious inspiration.
Just got into LA today, and I don't know if this happened to you guys. As soon as I stepped off the plane here, the air hit my eyes, and my eyes would not stop watering. I was like, oh my god, wait. So I went to the doctor here. I thought it was going to be allergies. Plot twist, it was not allergies. Turns out, depression.
Oh, God. All right. Y'all ready to talk about the Supreme Court? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I need to berate you guys. Wait a minute. We have currently watching on the YouTube horizontal stream. We have like 360 some people watching. We have 187 likes. That's a less than 50 that's a less than 50% rate. All right? You guys go click the like button. Go click it. You guys should have 250 easy. For shame. For too long, the vertical chatters have been the butt of some ire. But now the horizontal chatters bring shame upon the horizontal chats. I mean, hell, there are only 24 concurrent viewers in vertical chat right now, but there are 40 likes in there. They're punching far above their weight. We've brought dishonor upon our cattle. It's true. You have. Berate me, mommy. You guys make me so disappointed sometimes. I could just step on your throats in my heels. I decided to live dangerously tonight. I did throw shields up on vertical chat, so vertical chat should be a little bit kinder tonight. And what else? Oh, mommy. Give me my arena. Look, maybe once we've made it through the Supreme Court segment, I will open up the gates to the ravenous horde outside. But until then, I haven't had nearly enough of this beverage to put up with that shit tonight. My lesbian reflexes are tingling. Yeah, we gotta talk about the Supreme Court. We do. Do we really, though? Yeah. More like the suck-ass court. I like it. That top is super cute. It did not look cute until I put it on me. But I think I appreciate it. All right. We don't have to talk about the Supreme Court. We can talk about baseball, girls who have broken our hearts, The Matrix. We are going to talk about the Supreme Court, though. All right. Let's do it. Here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about the Supreme Court of the United States. And I've been talking at length about how it's basically haunted by the spirit of the Confederacy. And I think that that's a bad thing. Now, a lot of people have been talking about the decisions that came down today and yesterday. And I gotta be honest, one of the things that made me most mad, in part today, was just the knowledge that I am one of the few people out there talking about trans people. And specifically how trans people get affected by the decisions by the courts and today by the Supreme Court to ban trans kids from sports. And I realize that I have a relatively small channel here on YouTube. But the fact that I get thanked by people in chat every single time I stream for talking about how you can experience agency, how you can experience how you can like advocate for yourself, how you can, be more authentic to who you are. And I feel like in part I'm pushing back against these huge mainstream outlets like the New York Times here, right? Like, here's yesterday. The court's hypocrisy from the New York Times editorial board. And, it's all about like, oh, well, Donald Trump Donald Trump wants the court to do X, Y, and Z, and now Donald Trump will be able to replace anybody. It's hypocrisy, I tell you, hypocrisy. You get down to this last paragraph. Central to the success of the American experiment, over nearly 250 years has been the balance of powers among the three branches of government. Together, Mr. Trump and this Supreme Court are upsetting that balance. They are deviating from a tradition that has lasted more than a century, in which parts of the government operate with bipartisan leadership removed from everyday partisan politics as Congress intended. The effect is to sideline Congress, which the authors of the Constitution viewed as the primary branch among equals. The Supreme Court on Monday created a government run by a very small number of people who work at either the Supreme Court or the White House. This is what they wrote yesterday. Here's what they wrote today. The Supreme Court remembers its principles. Like, this is literally sickening to me. You went in the span of one day from calling out their hypocrisy to talking about how, yes, the principles of the court have been upheld. This is the entire editorial board. And of course, all of this is about the fact that the Supreme Court today ruled on birthright citizenship, right? And The birthright citizenship case is, of course, the one that is getting a lot of the headlines because it is the one where a bunch of people were really worried that the Trump administration was going to be able to revoke citizenship. You know, the very concept of birthright citizenship would be able to strip Americans who are currently citizens of that status because they were born from undocumented immigrant parents. Which is obviously bullshit, and we obviously have the 14th Amendment specifically in order to make sure that that doesn't happen. But the fact that it was ever in question is unimaginably dangerous. It is unimaginably dangerous that we have a Supreme Court that is even willing to entertain this question when the clear text of the 14th Amendment makes it clear, hey, you can't do that. And not only that, of course, but birthright citizenship itself, that case is was only voted on by the Supreme Court 5-4. Only one vote made the difference on the court. You know who it was? It was Brett Kavanaugh. And you know why? Because he thought, well, this law passed in the 1950s really settles it. Not the Constitution, but he thinks that Congress would be able to vote to strip birthright citizenship from people. That guy, like, that's his reasoning. He wrote it down. He's one of the dumbest guys ever to serve on the bench. It's crazy. And we have all of this going on, and the New York Times is writing like, yes, they have found their principles. They've found their principles. But the problem is, and this is what I see from every mainstream outlet reporting on this, and from every person who is responding to this, that's way too close. That's way too close. And what I mean by that, I will show you in a bit. But first, I want to really establish how fucked up this decision was. And I want to show it by reading a bit of, Alito's dissent and how cooked this Supreme Court really is. Okay? Here is Justice Alito's dissent to Trump v. Barbara, this case in particular, right? Let's take a quick look here. Congress's failure to act, the executive branch's enforcement policies, and frequent opposition to state solutions and some jurisdictions' policies have resulted in a massive increase in the number of illegal immigrants living in this country. According to leading demographers at Pew Research Center, the illegal immigrant population grew by more than 2 million between 2022 and 2023, bringing the total number of illegal immigrants in this country to 14 million. Demographers estimate that 9% of all births in the United States in 2023 were to mothers who were in the country illegally or on a temporary basis. These numbers are striking, and after 2023, the trend appears to have intensified. Between July 2023 and March 2024, the overall foreign-born population of the United States increased from 48.5 million to 51.6 million, an unprecedented increase of 3 million immigrants in 9 months. Now, notice what he's done here, by the way. He's gone from talking about undocumented immigrants, and then he talks about statistics of people who are in the country either illegally, i.e. are undocumented, or who are here on a temporary basis, which means, people who are here on TPS, people who are here on visas, people who are here for any number of legitimate reasons and who are here legally. He lumps these two groups together, right? But then he goes on and continues talking. an unprecedented increase of 3 million immigrants in 9 months. Much of this growth was driven by the admission of unauthorized immigrants with temporary deportation protections, which at this point, they're not undocumented. They have deportation protections, meaning that you can't just get rid of them because they are both documented and have rights in this country. So, what he's upset about here is explicitly that people have rights when they are in this country, that we have due process for folks in this country. He's upset about that. As a result of the events of the past 50 years, the United States now has a huge contingent of people who entered or remained in this country illegally, as well as a large group of people who were born here to such parents. The court's interpretation of the 14th Amendment makes all the members of this latter group citizens, which they are. And to be very clear here, the 14th Amendment was intended to do that. Many of those who have grown up here now have a strong moral claim to be allowed to remain, but that is a matter that the 14th Amendment, when properly interpreted, leaves to Congress. No, it's not. What an insane argument to make, right? What an insane argument to make. As shown in Part 2, Supra, a person who is born in the United States is made a citizen by the 14th Amendment only if that person was also subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. And that phrase means subject to the jurisdiction of the United States alone and not subject to any foreign power. A great many persons who are born here to illegal immigrant parents fail this test because at birth they are automatically made nationals of their parents' native country and as a result incur duties to that country. This means that they are subject to a foreign power and are thus not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States within the meaning of the 14th Amendment. Like, this is utterly unhinged and insane bullshit. Utterly insane and unhinged bullshit. And Coder Joe, you are entirely correct that his interpretation is incorrect. And we'll get to a brief window into why, but I want to make it through this particular part here. All right? This is illustrated by the laws of countries on a list, and then he goes on to talk about how Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, and etc. all treat citizenship. Right? Let me just take here. Yes, here we go. Respondents claim in this case that Executive Order number 14160 is unconstitutional on its face. To prevail on this facial claim, they must show that no set of circumstance exists under which the executive order would be valid. And because the order is valid as applied to nationals from the countries discussed above, the claim should fail. In all likelihood, the executive order is also constitutional as applied to nationals from a great many other countries, but no such showing is needed here. Indeed, showing merely that the executive order is valid as applied to a child born to a birth tourist would be enough to defeat respondents' facial claim. That is why the court goes out of its way to hold that even a child born to a mother who is here for only a brief time is a citizen under the 14th Amendment, which is, again, the plain text, rationale of the 14th Amendment. The court's interpretation is not only contrary to the original meaning of the 14th Amendment, it produces grotesque results. While foreigners who wish to immigrate lawfully must sometimes wait for many years, a child born here to a birth tourist is automatically a citizen. In his world, it is grotesque for immigrants to have children in America. What the fuck is a birth tourist? A birth tourist is someone who specifically travels to the United States while pregnant in order to have a baby in the US so it has that dual citizenship. So that in the future it's easier for them to come and live in America. Right? This is alleged to be a colossal problem. It's worth noting that Trump hotels and properties have long held birth expos specifically for different groups of people from around the world to come to the United States and have babies in the United States. And it's also worth noting that birth tourism is not a booming business, as far as I'm aware. It accounts for a very small, a small minority indeed of the amount of births in America. Right? So all of that to be said, and spend thousands of dollars on giving birth in America, it's viewed as a shortcut to get through like the, different citizenship hurdles, among people who practice birth tourism. But again, birth tourism isn't that common, is my understanding. Here we go. Let's take a look. Here is the first article I find when looking up birth tourism from the Migration Information Source, MPI, Migration Policy Institute. Birth tourism, it's rare, sparks outside concern. The most expansive, albeit contested, estimate based on a review of U.S. Census Bureau data is that up to 26,000 babies born in the U.S. annually could be attributed to birth tourism. But again, could be. And that's 26,000 of 3.5 million yearly births. It's like the people that they are complaining about doing this, they want to cast as being destitute. The poors are coming here and having babies. But the reality is that what's happening is that wealthy people from around the world are traveling here with their obscene amounts of money and having babies in the United States. So that's like, it's just a bullshit, like a bullshit fear mongering thing to talk about. Now, worth talking here, we actually have some quotes from Justice Jackson's agreement on this particular case, right? On Barbara. And I want to read from this. Specifically, she talks about the ratification of the 14th Amendment. Quote, during the ratification debates, Senator Cohen took aim at the Roma people too, characterizing them as undeserving of birthright citizenship because they, quote, wandered in gangs, infested society, and imposed upon the simple and weak everywhere. And again, Senator Conness dismissed Senator Cohen's prejudices, saying, the only invasion of Pennsylvania within my recollection was an invasion very much worse and more disastrous to the state, and more to be feared and more feared than that of Giesler. It was an invasion of rebels at Gettysburg. Right? Because this kind of racial fear-mongering isn't new. They were having these same conversations around the ratification of the 14th Amendment. And when Alito says in his dissent here, oh, no, you see, this is actually grotesque and can only be achieved by reading it in the way that the folks who passed the 14th Amendment never would have intended. They literally did intend it. They debated it in Congress, on the floor. We have the records of it. So Alito is just lying in his dissent as a Supreme Court justice. It's so infuriating. Someone's complaining about the Roma in 2026. No, this is from when they passed the 14th Amendment. What year was that passed? See, adopted 1868. So they were complaining about the Romani in 1868. It's so frustrating. But Justice Jackson is quoting this back and forth among different members of Congress specifically to highlight that Alito is full of shit. It's so fucking frustrating. Now, when we start looking at like, oh, well, but Jack, they did preserve birthright citizenship, so like everything's fine now, right? Everything's fine now, right? Right? No, actually. After his SCOTUS loss, Trump is now directing Congress to pass legislation ending birthright citizenship. The Supreme Court upheld birthright citizenship, which is too bad for our country, but we can easily make it up in Congress through legislation with the support of the president. That has now been determined during this process. No long and unwieldy constitutional amendment is necessary. Congress should start today to work on ending expensive and unfair to our country birthright citizenship. They will have my complete and total support, President Donald J. Trump. Like, what this says to Donald Trump is that, well, whoa, you mean I can get Congress to just get rid of birthright citizenship? So that's what he's going to be obsessed with now for the next, couple years of his administration. And on top of that, I want to point out that it was a 5-4 decision, which means that it was obscenely close. If it had been like a 6-3 decision or a 7-2 decision, we might not be quite as worried about where this is going. But it hung on by a thread, by one guy who's a complete dipshit. It hung on. And when you start looking at, hey, what are conservatives saying about this decision? Here's the VP of the Heritage Foundation, George Severino. So close, 5-4 decision favoring birthplace citizenship. He can't even say birthright. He's birthplace citizenship. President Trump should immediately amend his executive order to apply to U.S. territories, which are not auto-bound by the 14th Amendment. Trump should keep pushing the issue wherever he can and force the court to reckon with the logic of its decision. Will they overrule the insular cases next? Like, what they see here is, oh, we got wiggle room to try and get rid of birthright citizenship. We got wiggle room. All we got to do is wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Right? Like, that's all that's got to happen. They just got to wiggle it a little bit and see if it'll go through. By territories, he means Puerto Rico. I mean, he means Puerto Rico, Guam, the American Samoa. Like, he means, like, a bunch of the different territories. Like, all of them. Because where better to trial balloon just getting rid of the concept of birthright citizenship than in places where, American citizenship, at least as far as these racist assholes go, should never have been conferred in the first place. Like, these guys don't think that Puerto Ricans should be American citizens. These guys don't think that the people in the territories should be granted citizenship. But hey, let's check out what's Megyn Kelly up to over here. How about that? Okay, this is the way. How about this? A visa granted to an alien to enter and remain in the U.S. is automatically terminated if the female alien become pregnant, and medical care providers are obligated by law to report positive pregnancy tests under threat of criminal prosecution for failure to do so. Like, you've already got these people in a headspace. These conservatives are like, okay, well, all we got to do is set up the pregnancy police. All we got to do is invade everyone's privacy to, ascertain whether or not an undocumented immigrant is pregnant. And if they are, well, then, we're just going to, anyone who doesn't report it is going to be held criminally responsible. Like, this is insane. And Megyn Kelly, who is unfortunately not an insignificant voice in conservative politics, is over here being like, yes, we need the pregnancy police right away. Oh yeah, just violate HIPAA nationwide. Well, they don't care. They don't care about privacy rights. They don't care about the government being too big and invading your space. They want a fucking American Gestapo. They salivate over the very concept because to them, they're like, well, I would never be targeted by the American Gestapo. That's for other people. Hey, what if we just give ICE all of your medical records and allow them to like see whether or not immigrants are pregnant when they get taken into custody? And I do want to point out something real quick here, that this opens a whole host of horrors, an entire Pandora's box, where you then, if this became something that was law, you open up a whole host of horrors where you have people, specifically these racist men, roaming the streets trying to rape
That means they
immigrant
won't
women.
get treatment, which means a lot of foreigners in our country are going to die of sepsis.
Mm-hmm.
However, Stephen Miller and Megyn Kelly are excited for that idea.
Yep. And like honestly, the sexual violence and policing element of it, which is of course lurking in the background of all of that, is something that they like as well. You know, it's kind of like how conservatives are very much okay with the fact that rape is just extraordinarily prevalent in the American prison system. Like they're like, well, yeah, it's prison, it should be bad. But like that I'm sorry, that shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be the case that the unspoken punishment for committing a crime in our country is that you're both imprisoned and sexually assaulted. Like, this is where all of this is going. It's going in a very dark direction, which, you know, it's a bit of a cold comfort here. But actually, I'll talk about that in a minute. It's all going in a very dark direction, and it's why when I start seeing stuff like Chuck Schumer going, despite Trump's best efforts to bully them, the Supreme Court just reaffirmed that if you're born in America, you belong in America. And it's just like, shut the fuck up, Chuck. Shut up, Chuck Schumer. Like birthright citizenship is hanging on by its fucking nails. Like, this is not a time to like celebrate like you've actually done something. Or here's Hakeem Jeffries. The Supreme Court finally affirmed by applying the law and being guided by the Constitution that all persons born in the United States are American citizens. There is and shall be no question. Donald Trump's disgraceful actions as it relates to the birthright citizenship clause are clearly unlawful and an assault on our way of life. The 14th Amendment was enshrined in our Constitution during Reconstruction to ensure that formerly enslaved African Americans would not have their citizenship questioned on the basis of their race. More than 150 years later, it has withstood the unconstitutional attack launched by Donald Trump and his most sycophantic xenophobic enablers. On the eve of America's 250th birthday, the far-right MAGA conservatives have failed in their quest to remake the United States, and American values have prevailed. House Democrats will never let these extremists win, and we will always defend our defining values of freedom and democracy. And it's just like, y'all, I understand like wanting to like take a moment to just be like, good job. You did the bare minimum. But I also like, what I need to see is some fucking urgency. I need to see that there is a recognition that a 5-4 decision on the very clear-cut text of the 14th Amendment is in of itself a national crisis. It is a crisis that the Supreme Court of the United States is over here talking about how grotesque it is for babies to be born to immigrants. That is a crisis. It is a crisis that the Supreme Court of the United States is like so far gone that 4 members of it think that the 14th Amendment says something that it very clearly does not say. That's a crisis. That is a fucking crisis. And it's like, it gets worse, right? Like, it's just one after another. A lot of these statements came out. Here's Jackie Rosen, Democrat from Nevada. It has always been clear a child born in the United States is an American citizen. I applaud the Supreme Court's decision today to defend the U.S. Constitution and honor the right to automatic citizenship for all U.S.-born children. Today's decision also makes clear that Donald Trump is not above the law and he cannot unilaterally take away anyone's constitutional rights. Or here is Ken Martin, the DNC chair. Since his first days in office, Donald Trump has sought to recycle racist, debunk legal arguments to strip away the constitutional rights of American citizens born to immigrant parents. Today he failed. With Trump versus Barbara, the Supreme Court emphatically rejected his anti-immigrant crusade and reaffirmed what has been enshrined in the clear language of the 14th Amendment. If you are born in the United States, you are a citizen. Democrats will continue to defend the rights of every American. Like, guys, the only person, and I'm like I say this here because it's the only one that I saw that was good, was Chris Murphy's. Chris Murphy actually had a response that made sense to me. Right? Which is this one. Just shocking, this was a 5-4 ruling. This court is so badly broken. Like, there needs to be a recognition that there's a problem. The first step to fixing a problem is recognizing it. And the fact that everyone keeps talking about this as if, like, well, it's done and dusted, court ruled on it. Like, as if, like, a million conservative pundits right now aren't, like, bringing up different ways that they can, like, circumvent this in court and get away with it. Like, we need Democrats with spines. We need representatives with spines. And it's so fucking frustrating, time and time again, to see this profound failure to recognize the threat right in front of their faces. It's just something so profound. Al Green also had a fairly decent response here. I'll just play it for you guys.
And still I rise. And I rise today after having been to...
It's actually very quiet. Let's
press conference with the Tri-Caucus on birthright citizenship. And I want you to know, dear friends, that this case is a case that embraces a seminal moment in time. Because if in this case, the court had ruled that birthright citizenship was something that the president could eviscerate and eliminate with an executive order, any case can be overturned at this point. At this point, if that has succeeded, Marbury versus Madison, which gives us judicial review, which is not in the Constitution, it could be overturned. I'm grateful for the 5 who decided it, but I'm also weary that the 4 who did not go with it 100%, that those 4 have grounds now to believe that they may be able to do something different in the future. Birthright citizenship belongs to the soil. If you're born on the American soil, you are an American citizen. And still I rise, and I rise.
Like, that one at least recognizes the problem. You know? More people need to do it. Because we are going to... We are careening headlong into a profound problem.
Congress could attach an amendment to 8 U.S.C. 1401 in the NDAA, and birthright citizenship could be revoked as early as next week for millions of Americans.
It genuinely could. Genuinely. I do think that it's going to be harder to get this through Congress. Specifically, I want to point this out. Specifically because Donald Trump is currently having a bitch of a time trying to get the Save America Act through Congress. And earlier today, in fact, his latest attempt to do that failed. Mike Johnson tried to force through the Save America Act earlier today, and it failed by 198 to 224, which was the NDAA. So, like, I do think that there is an element to this where it is so politically volatile that a lot of Republicans are, if they're not brave enough to pass the SAVE Act with the NDAA, I don't think that they are going to. I don't think that they are going to go for revoking birthright citizenship in its entirety. I think that if the SAVE Act isn't getting through, I don't think that kind of amendment is going to get through. But I do think that there is going to be a lot of bluster from Donald Trump to try and get something like that to happen. God. Now, I wish I could say that was all of the decisions that got handed down today. But unfortunately, we have more cases. Specifically, this next one that we're going to talk about is about trans kids. Now, with this particular decision, which is... what was the name of the case? Yes, West Virginia. Yeah. West Virginia versus BPJ. Here we go. Now, in this particular case, the Supreme Court ruled 6-3. And it really didn't take into account any data, didn't really take into account any facts. A lot of this really just seems to be on ideological grounds. Justice Thomas wrote his concurrence, and in his concurrence, he doesn't cite any law. He just basically rambles on and on about how he doesn't think trans people are real, and that anyone who does think trans people are real is mentally ill. Like, it's awful. Now, what does this decision do, actually, in BPJ? Well, it strips trans kids of their Title IX protections, and rules that biological sex is the only way that Title IX can be interpreted. And that, in turn, stretches beyond just trans kids in sports. And when we get through all of this, that has some wide-ranging ramifications. This, in turn, basically invalidates all the way down through the lower courts
I am so tired of being gaslit as a trans person in this country.
Yeah.
Only people with leftist political brain soup, those close to us, follow what's going on, and everyone else thinks it's hysterics. Asterisk, 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 sad face.
Asterisk, 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 sad face indeed. But basically, all of the states and all of these school districts were using Title IX discrimination in order to defend trans kids and trans kids' participation in sports. And with this ruling, while it doesn't explicitly say that states cannot allow trans kids to participate in sports, What it does do is revoke that Title IX protection, that Title IX argument, which in turn means that private groups can now go along and sue different school districts, and they could move district by district suing schools that allow trans kids to play in sports. And because there are so few trans kids, they can just like target the ones where, there are alleged trans kids playing sports. It makes it into a grotesque witch hunt for, spot the trans kid. It's really fucking gross. And of course, like the ruling, Aaron in the Morning in particular points out the ruling isn't as bad as it could have been. But because it doesn't explicitly say transgender people cannot have constitutional protection as a class. But it also doesn't rule in favor of that either. And so this is going to create a witch hunt for the most vulnerable minority in the country, in, specifically in the form of children. And this is going to embolden anti-trans bigotry on all levels. It is going to embolden anti-trans efforts against adults. It is going to embolden anti-trans bathroom laws. It is going to embolden basically the entire suite and slate of anti-trans legislation. And it is, I mean, it's really gross. It's really gross. It's cruel. And ultimately, its aim is to eliminate trans people entirely. And I think it is always worth mentioning when it comes to the trans kids as an issue, is that it has always been intended as a wedge issue, a foot in the proverbial door in order to make way for larger anti-trans efforts. Efforts to ban HRT medication, efforts to ban gender nonconformity in public spaces, efforts to police people's appearances, to police their bodies. It is something that is going to escalate after this. And it's hard as a trans person to cover these issues, because very clearly when we look at the data, I want to direct your attention to this graph posted by Alejandra Caraballo here, which is courtesy of legisalerts.org here. Anti-LGBTQ bills introduced per year 2015 to 2016. You can literally see when it started to become more of an issue for Republicans, right? And you have these anti-trans policies taking up more and more and more time amongst legislators. And it's truly disgusting. Like, in 2026, this is where we are in 2026, as of March. In March of 2026, 3 months into the year, there were already as many anti-trans bills, more anti-trans bills introduced than in 2023 in its entirety. Like, where we are right now is that Republicans are pushing a witch hunt through on a state-by-state basis. And by the time we get to the end of this year, it is going to be the most anti-trans bills introduced ever in America. And one thing that in particular I found devastating was that Pew Research Center put this out today, actually. Just a little reminder, a little flashback. Americans' views of laws and policies related to transgender people have changed in recent years, and it compares 2022 to 2025, which you will note here, 2022 to 2025. In 2022, there were like, maybe a little less than 300 anti-trans bills introduced. In 2025, there were over 1,000, right? And when you look at Pew's data here and their polling, you get, okay, on the issue, require trans athletes to compete on teams that match their sex at birth, you have a shift of agreement of 3 points among Republicans, a shift of 8 points among independents, and a shift of 8 points among Democrats. And you can tell this is a result not just of Republicans shifting on this issue, it's a result of media complicit with Republican propaganda. Right? Look, make it illegal for healthcare professionals to provide minors with medical care for a gender transition. 7% more, a shift of 7%, a shift of 10%, a shift of 9%. Require trans people to use public bathrooms that match their birth sex. Shift of 7%, shift of 8%, shift of 5%. And this is all from last year. This isn't even from this year, right? Make it illegal for public school districts to teach about gender identity in elementary schools. You have a shift in favor of this of 4% among Republicans, 6% among independents, 5% among Democrats. And when it comes to, hey, should we protect trans people from discrimination in jobs, housing, and public spaces such as restaurants and stores, Democrats shifted away from that by 3%. Independents shifted away from that by 8%. Republicans shifted away from that by 10 fucking percent. And then you've got require health insurance companies to cover medical care for transgender transitions. Democrats shifted away from that position by 4%. Independents shifted away by 5%. And even Republicans, who were already at rock bottom, shifted away by 2%. And what this tells me is that there is something going on in America that crosses party lines. And what that thing is how our mainstream media covers trans issues. Because when you've got the New York Times writing op-eds with trans, like anti-trans bigots, when you've got them posting news stories written by ideological axemen who are trying to come after, trans people, like, maybe most people don't pay attention to it, but I fucking pay attention to it. And so, what I have seen over the course of me covering a lot of this is that there has been an uptick in dishonest reporting about trans people for years. And what I've seen is that people and arguments honed in the far right have slowly migrated into mainstream outlets like CBS, like the New York Times, and other outlets, CNN even. And all of that is shaping public opinion. And part of that is due to the fact that a lot of Democrats have been cowardly on this issue. A lot of Democrats have been craven when it comes to their support for trans people, and have looked at the issue and said, well, if I throw trans people under the bus, maybe I can get some of this anti-trans support. And it is devastating. Like by ceding ground at all as a political party The Democrats have created a foothold for this bigotry and a legitimacy for this bigotry in the eyes of the general public. And that's why you start seeing these shifts away from supporting trans people in the general public. It is with the complicity of the Democratic Party that this has happened, and the complicity of the mainstream media. And it's one of the reasons why, like, I sat with myself today in like a bit of a daze, thinking to myself, like, how important it has become, independent media. Because we're one of the few places pushing back against this mainstream media that is read by millions of people, taken in unquestioningly by millions of people. And like, independent media is one of the few places where you can find people saying trans people are human beings and deserve human rights and deserve to exist and deserve to take up space. And frankly, our policies should not be catering to folks who are uncomfortable because a demographic of person they don't like is peeing in a stall next to them. Like, that would be fucked up if you were talking about, oh, well, these white women are uncomfortable with black women using their bathroom. Like, okay, well, racist white women can go like cry about it. Who gives a fuck about racists? Who gives a fuck about bigots? Your policies should not be catered towards bigoted pieces of shit. This shouldn't be a difficult question. It shouldn't be a difficult idea to wrap your head around. And guess what? People like politicians who actually stand up for marginalized groups. People like it. Right? It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. But there are some people out there who are fighting the good fight, you know? It is... I'm so mad. I'm getting a little bit too riled up with my anger in particular. It's a lot, you know? It's a lot.
If we don't organize at the local level, then we'll be stuck with these establishment dem politicians as our heroes, which means we're all going to well.
Yeah, and Two Dad Smoochin', that is one of the reasons why every single time I talk about these issues and these problems, like, it all just keeps coming back to, hey, we need to organize. I know that the Democrats are an imperfect organizing vehicle, and I know that DSA, depending on your area, might have problems when it comes to joining it and organizing internally there too. But the problem is, we don't have the luxury of being picky at this particular juncture. We don't have the luxury of saying, well, that boat has a few holes in it. We're drowning in the ocean. We need to get in that boat and start bailing, right? We need to get in that boat and start plugging up those holes. And all of that to be said, I urge you guys not to think about it as like, well, I'm giving up and joining the Democratic Party. I urge you to think about it as, hey, we are boarding the Democratic Party and we're taking it over. Because what we intend to do with it is not just, hey, we're going to all fall in line behind Hakeem Jeffries. No. We're going to hijack that machine. We're going to break it and we're going to bend it to our will. We are going to take it over and we are going to make this shit happen. Because frankly, I don't know about you guys, but I'm sick and tired. I'm sick and fucking tired of the policy of the Democratic Party and the policy of the fucking American government being dictated by people like this, right? Oh no, Seattle Pride Parade pandemonium as nude marchers prance through the streets in front of children. Oh no! Oh god! Has the LGBTQ movement gone too far? Do we need laws banning them? And it's just like, no, we don't. Seattle has fucking had public nudity legal for years. You specifically sent someone to this event with a camera to film them in order to make bigoted propaganda when the people who live in this place find this completely acceptable. And you are just scaremongering because it makes it easy to fearmonger to your elderly, decrepit base that, oh hey, yeah, look at these degenerates, we need to like outlaw them. That's fucking disgusting. That argument should not be allowed in any kind of polite society, and it's time to stop pretending like it should belong anywhere in spitting distance of the American democratic system. And yet, and yet, and yet, look at this. This was retweeted by Megyn Kelly earlier today. Today, you will read many sympathetic stories about BPJ, the male athlete who challenged West Virginia's law and lost at SCOTUS. Insolent, thank you very much for the 11 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Or wait, 10 gifted subs. Appreciate it. I'm guessing none will mention that BPJ defeated 470 plus girls 1,400 plus times, including a state title, and sexually harassed her client, Adalia, pictured in the girls' locker room. Which, to be very clear, what actually happened was a trans girl used the women's locker room and was also good at sports.
Women flashing in public at Mardi Gras where kids might see. Has the straight community gone too far?
Exactly, Brutus Magnuson. Like, it's genuinely unhinged bullshit every single time from these people. And this think of the children bullshit, they don't give a fuck about children. They literally could give less of a fuck about children. They literally cut funding the other day, and I've talked about it. They cut funding to programs that are designed to reduce rates of teen pregnancy. They cut off all the contracts. RFK Jr. cut off all the contracts. And I'm sorry, if you want us to believe that you care about children, but you are actively encouraging children to get pregnant, like, that's fucking insane. It's brain dead, is what it is. As all bigotry is. God. But what is happening here is that you have mainstream media going along with all this shit. And there's no one who is more responsible for this than one Christopher Rufo. And Christopher Rufo, if you don't know who he is, he's basically the guy. His job is to work at a think tank, and he gets paid to come up with, here are different wedge issues that the Republican Party can use to try and fracture the Democratic base and basically foment a culture war so that Republicans don't really have to do anything. They can
I
just...
said in chat, but some of my trans teens at work make jokes now about how I'd love to do thing if I make it to your age, after mentioning politics. I am 26. They're 15 to 16. They hate children.
Well, exactly, because all of these policies are specifically to attack children, right? Like, I'm 34, and I'm considered an elder in the trans community, right? And Wait. It's just one guy. Christopher Rufo is the guy who came up with critical race theory as like an issue. He came up with like you ain't old, like what? It's because a lot of trans people don't make it to being middle-aged. I'm not calling myself old, guys. What I'm saying is that a lot of trans kids don't make it to being adults. What I'm trying to tell you is that the rate of suicide in the community because of having to put up with this level of bigoted nonsense from the most powerful people in the country
RFK Jr.
kills
cutting off
people.
all the contracts is specifically known as a mastectomy.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Oh god. Yeah, look, I'm not calling myself an elder to denigrate myself or to call myself old. It's that a lot of trans youth doesn't make it. Like guys, there's a reason why there aren't a lot of trans content creators that talk about politics who are very large, and it's because the amount of hatred that people like me get in, politics in general is colossal. The amount of bullshit that we have to talk about and we then get targeted with is overwhelming. All right? And a lot of people just disappear, you know? A lot of us just disappear. And a lot of us have lost too many friends already. And then, yes, there's a high rate of physical abuse and homicide in our community. It's, yeah. Yeah. So I'm not doing it to like denigrate myself. I'm doing it to emphasize that trans kids are explicitly very vulnerable. And the person who is behind manufacturing a lot of this rage is Chris Rufo. Chris Rufo is a man who came up with critical race theory. He came up with and CRT, and he came up with trans kids as an issue. Trans kids in sports. Something that seems relatively innocuous, high school sports, he weaponized it into a national issue that has now gone all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, conservatives on the court agreed with him. And part of the reason I'm so fucking angry about this guy is because so many people in the mainstream media pretend like he's a normal guy. He's just a guy. This is from fucking today. What has Chris Rufo wrought? Chris Rufo thinks the right can control this. I don't. Ezra Klein sat down and talked with this clown today of all days. And, like, you should not be platforming this man. He is not a good faith actor. Treating him like he is a colossal problem and is one of the things that is legitimizing his views in the mainstream media, legitimizing his views in the Democratic Party. And like all of this just makes me so fucking angry. All the attacks on DEI, this guy came up with them. DEI, CRT, trans kids, Chris Rufo's behind all that shit. And he's constantly field testing more. And they've been pipelined directly into every major conservative campaign over the last decade. And like, I don't think people understand that this is going to spread. It isn't just going to affect trans people. It isn't just going to affect trans kids, it's going to affect cisgender kids too. And that's the thing that I think a lot of people have yet to fully reckon with, which is that all of these anti-trans policies, what they do is they isolate trans kids, make them more lonely, cut them off from their peers, out them to their entire school or to their family. And not only that, but they also then get weaponized against cisgender people too. Because there are an awful lot more cisgender people in this country than there are trans people. And what does that mean? Right? Here was an update from the New York Times on this particular issue earlier today. A pressing question now is how sports officials will determine if competitors are girls and women as defined by the opinion, while gender verification testing, a long vilified and
Every child
intrusive
is a trans
practice,
child if your child is wrong in some way. They just have to make sure.
While gender verification testing, a long vilified and intrusive practice, has resumed at the Olympic level, how will grade schools, middle schools, and high schools conduct those tests? And will everyone be tested, or just the athletes who draw suspicion? And it's just like you've literally created like a genital inspector in every school. You've set up a system where now, if anyone is suspected of being trans, you have children having to submit to intrusive sex testing measures. Like what is the school coach going to be checking genitals? Gonna have the police come and do it? Like, this isn't anybody's fucking business. And the thing is, this spills over into bathroom use as well. Right? Because these school districts have been arguing that bathroom use is also protected under Title IX. And if Title IX no longer protects trans students, then you're also setting up a system, not just that you can avoid by not doing sports, you'd also have to avoid bathrooms entirely if you're a trans youth. At least within the school system. And like, how the hell is any of this enforceable without profound harms to trans and cisgender kids and gender nonconforming people as well? Like, what this winds up doing is materially harming trans people. And when trans people start avoiding all of these systems because they have self-preservation and don't want to deal with this bullshit, the violence then begins to fall entirely upon cisgender people. And like, every single conservative is always like, well, we can always tell. No, you fucking can't. No, you fucking can't. And I know that because the vast majority of people who get like pulled aside in bathrooms for being trans are cisgender. And I don't know. I guess I just believe we shouldn't be setting up some kind of intrusive bathroom Gestapo type situation that is only going to dissuade trans people from using the bathroom, which is only going to mean that trans people chronically dehydrate themselves, which is only going to mean that trans people then develop more urinary tract infections and kidney failure symptoms.
This is why we should have set up birth certificate exams outside all the Capitol and representative office bathrooms and given the measurers clearance to laugh.
I do think that would be an incredible form of protest. Like, unironically, Sake, I think that would be a perfect way to protest this. Just have people volunteer to hang outside of lawmakers' bathrooms and, be the girth inspector. Like, I do think that might genuinely lead to some kind of change. Because these people just have no concept of what they've unleashed. And I think, like, having, like, a funny, jokey way of making that clear, could actually be a pretty effective form of protest. Though I would run it by a lawyer first, just to be safe. And I know that people, by the way, do dehydrate themselves, because I used to do that. I used to purposely dehydrate myself if I knew that I was going to be out in public so that I didn't have to use the bathroom. And then I started reading about how trans women in particular suffer from a huge amount of urinary tract infections because and different body issues because we be dehydrating ourselves because we're scared to use the bathroom. And that's really fucked up. It's really, really fucked up. I legit have nightmares about having to pee in public. I'm really sorry at Crossroads Witch. And it is scary. It's fucking terrifying. You're always wondering if, like, something unexpected is gonna happen, and then suddenly, like, your entire day, your entire week, your entire life could be destroyed. You don't fucking know. It's terrifying. See, I just don't leave my house for more than an hour at a time, and that's what a lot of people do, you know? Thanks for reminding me that I haven't drank water in over 12 hours. This bottle to you. Hey, look, everyone go drink some water, okay? Everyone go drink some water. But also, we do know what winds up happening to when, elementary school and middle school and high school programs adopt these, anti-trans measures. And we know what happens because we can look at what happened in Canada here, right? All right. Early drop off in girls' schools linked to new gender confirmation forms. At least I think this is Canada. Am I wrong? Yes. If you're a soccer parent in Edmonton, chances are you've seen players not allowed to leave the sidelines and enter fields for many different reasons. They're not wearing their shin guards, they have exposed earrings, their socks don't match the rest of the team. But this September, something new has been introduced in junior high girls soccer. Players in uniform can't enter the field until their gender affirmation forms are signed. The game has begun, but parents are scrambling to get the declaration filled out so their daughter can play. We have played teams where a player came running over almost at the end of the game to play because they had only just gotten their sheet signed, a mother of a junior high player told Post Media. The sheet is part of a new provincial government edict enacted September 1st that requires all girls aged 12 and up who play school sports in all female leagues provide declarations that they are biological females. It's part of the Fairness and Safety in Sports Act, which the UCP touts as promoting a level, safe playing field by ensuring girls play in biological female-only divisions. For minors, parents or guardians must sign off on the forms. As soccer is the sport that kicks off junior high sports calendar, it has acted like the canary in the coal mine for new regulations. Post Media has spoken to parents and coaches of junior high girls who don't want to reveal their names for worry that their teams or girls may be punished. But there are stories of a scheduled exhibition game being filled in by a co-ed squad because there weren't enough girls to fill a team. There are stories of girls who are refusing to sign the forms. There are parents who simply forget to sign the forms or lose them in the shuffle of paperwork that comes with the new school year. One theme is clear: the new mandate has created confusion with parents. There is no comparable requirement for boys to confirm their gender, said another parent, which is, by the way, that's a thing that seems to be quite, both in Canada and in the United States, quite common, that a lot of these anti-trans provisions are specifically geared towards trans girls in sports, because it's like just a lot of misogyny going on here. Though, of course, there is also like there are also places where this applies to both trans boys and trans girls. But moving on. Once again, the onus is placed on girls to be monitored and regulated, reinforcing the idea that female athletes are the ones who need to be verified. There are 10 schools that fielded girls' teams in 2024 that aren't on the schedule for 2025 in a comparison of this year's Edmonton Public Schools soccer schedule to 2024. Our team basically got shortened 3 league games, said one coach. Girls are taking a hard hit while nothing is happening with the boys. Let's see. While the parents and coaches can't put their names out there, Alberta Teachers Association President Jason Schilling said he's been hearing concerns from members across the province. What I'm hearing is that teachers who are coaching are saying that they've had to turn girls away from tryouts because they didn't have the form. We don't have enough girls to field our teams, said Schilling, who used to coach grade 7 girls volleyball. And there are other teachers saying that they are not willing to coach under these circumstances. That's because the principles of fairness and equity in sport, this seems to contradict them. The new law allows for players' declared gender to be challenged. If a challenge is made to the sport's governing body, the child and or the parent must provide their birth registration, which is not the same as a birth certificate. Birth registration includes the gender of the newborn and cannot be changed. The challenged athlete's family is responsible for the upfront fees that come with retrieving the birth registration, but they will be reimbursed by the sport's governing body. Then the sport's governing body will be made whole by the Alberta government. But the process is scaring teachers away, said Schilling. They don't want to be at a tournament and have a challenge come up. This bill reinforces outdated stereotypes that have been around these ideas, that we have around these ideas, and there is a human rights part as well. Everybody, when they go to school, deserves to be able to participate in all aspects of it. Having such overreaching steps is not appropriate. This could have been handled through conversation and not a big piece of legislation. I've talked with some parents of trans kids and they're just not participating in sports. They're withdrawing themselves essentially from the social and athletic parts of school. I think that is one of the biggest tragedies of bills like this, that it causes kids to shrink themselves and not participate in school. School is supposed to develop the whole child, and now we're seeing kids drawing away from that. So, and this is, by the way, mostly affecting the cisgender kids. This is mostly affecting the cisgender kids. But it's also affecting the trans kids in a profound way. And it's a damn shame. Like there is going to be colossal ramifications from this. And the cherry on top of today's SCOTUS rulings is specifically in the less talked about but extraordinarily important ruling of NRSC versus FEC. Now, this passed by a 6-3 vote. Conservative justices all lockstep, of course. And this, in turn, basically rules that wealthy donors can give directly to a political party, and then that political party can coordinate with specific campaigns to funnel that money to them. Now, if that sounds like kind of a weird and boring ruling, it is a profound destruction of any kind of campaign finance reform. I don't know. I don't know how to tell you guys this. But effectively, it allows for unlimited amounts of cash to be pumped into political parties, and then the political party can coordinate with the campaign. The main thing with campaign finance reform right now is that, or as it used to be yesterday, was that, you could give a ton of money, unlimited money, to like a super PAC, right? And however, that super PAC could spend as much money as it wanted, but it couldn't coordinate directly with the campaign. What you've effectively done here is you've made the political parties into their own super PACs that can coordinate directly with the campaign. And that seems like completely bonkers bullshit. And like, I don't know. Like, genuinely, I look at that decision and I throw my hands up and say, hey, our path forward in 2028 necessitates that we need to effectively dissolve the Supreme Court of the United States. You know? Like, that's where I'm at. Where I'm at right now is that we need to build the strongest political movement we have ever seen in American history in the span of the next 2 years. And in 2028, what needs to happen is the kind of victory that is so utterly and completely decisive that we can basically do whatever the fuck we want to the Supreme Court. Because Congress has the ability to dissolve the Supreme Court. Congress has the ability to form a new court entirely dedicated to nullifying and overturning these legal adjudications. We need to have a Congress that is willing to create a time-constrained nullification court to go back through all of these decisions from this completely and utterly corrupt court. They have basically legalized political corruption far beyond what Citizens United did. And where we're at right now necessitates a complete overhaul, a complete rethinking of what the Supreme Court actually looks like, what the final legal body in America looks like. And because packing the court isn't going to fix it. Packing the court isn't going to fix it. Expanding the court by a handful of seats isn't going to fix the problem. What is going to fix the problem is some kind of major overhaul of the mechanism. And I don't know exactly what that looks like. Maybe each state gets like one Supreme Court justice and then they rotate taking different cases. I don't know what it looks like. Maybe each circuit, nominates like 10 judgeships and then it gets randomized for each case that they take. I don't know what it looks like. But I do know that this is not tenable. Like, it needs so... And that's the thing. Like, I'm on board. Like, if you want to expand it, like, I'm all in favor of that. But that cannot be the only change that we see for the Supreme Court. What needs to happen is something much more profound and structural. And when I look at this set of decisions, I see a level of cruelty, a level of malice, a level of disregard for the very basic concepts of freedom that we are supposed to be about in this country. And I get so fucking furious about each and every one of these decisions. But guys, I saw somebody asking what would this entail for what Hawaii is talking about. Well, this decision is specifically about circumventing contribution limits to individual candidates, which I think can be individuals or corporations or lobbying groups. All they have to do is donate their money to the political party. And then that's it. And as far as I'm aware, states do not have the ability to regulate political party activity within their borders. they have the ability to regulate businesses within their borders, but I'm not sure about political orgs. So at the moment, I do not know how to answer your question about how this affects the anti-Citizens United movement as far as Hawaii and Montana, the Montana initiatives go. But this is a devastating blow. If you care about the flow of unlimited amounts of money into our political bodies and political chambers, our political decision making, like this is the ultimate version of cooked. And if we want to have any hope at all, what needs to happen is a mass mobilization of people. And like this is kind of it, right? Which is that we need a mass mobilization, the likes of which America has not seen. We need to have like the equivalent of every single No Kings rally, like nonstop throughout 2028, all the way until voting day. Like that's the kind of level of organization we need. And so when I ask you guys, please, for the love of God, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, please get involved. It is an existential issue because nobody is fucking coming to save us. Canada's not going to come and invade us and set things to right. Mexico's not going to do it. We got to do it. And no one's like rising up to do it all on their lonesome. You have to step up. Each and every one of us has to do what we can do. All right? And what that means is going to those local meetings, engaging in your local political parties, engaging with your local Dems, engaging with your local DSA. And I know that that might not be your preferred thing to do. But I do think that it is the most important thing you can do right now if you are interested in securing a future for democracy and freedom in America. That's what you got to do. And if you need help, we can certainly help you do that here in this community, okay? Use !Discord in any of the chats. You'll get a link to our Discord. Come on over. And you can reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing with your local Dems. She has years of experience organizing in a really big way, and she can help you both figure out where your local Dems are to contact them, and also how to like maneuver within the Democratic Party to get shit done. Specifically to get shit done in a way that benefits working class people. And if you are interested in getting involved with DSA, you can join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy. Gamergy also has years of experience organizing within the DSA. She can help you get involved with your local DSA or get a chapter off the ground if there aren't any nearby. She can help you navigate how to set up or move through an organization and make it more effective at doing local advocacy. Because it's vitally important that we get these organizations off the ground. It is vitally important that we make these organizations effective. And it is incredibly, incredibly important that we know each other, that we build community with each other, and that we make something that can support one another. Because the times ahead are rough, folks. It's going to be a rough and choppy sea before we make it to the end of all of this. And I hope you will join me as we navigate it together. So, all that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment on what you think of these terrible SCOTUS cases.
SCOTUS is ensuring its own destruction cause one way or another. This can't last. It's exhausting, but they're relying on apathy and we have each other.
Exactly, Cappy. And thank you for the $5 super chat. I think that this court in particular has attempted to hold on to a sense of legitimacy, but with this particular case, set of cases that they have handed down, it's
Ew,
their legitimacy is
Gamergy's a
dead.
girl? I don't want to get cooties.
Gamergy is a girl. You might get some cooties. I'm sorry. But you know what? Luckily, we are all pro-vax here, so you can get the cootie vaccine by also joining your local Dems. Dragonfly has the only known cure for cooties. Sake, thank you for the 521 subs. But all that being said, folks, I do think that I do think that justice, like the justices, have effectively delegitimized the court to the extent that like a complete dissolution of the court itself is on the table. In fact, I would not be opposed to some of these justices being brought up for charges of corruption. But you know, that's a position for another day. With all that being said, folks, let's get to work. And also go check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking underwear. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Oh, God. I did not see the footage of Curtis Lee while dancing in the parade float, but that's delightful. Yeah, I guess that's a silver lining. Having no legitimacy will make it easier to dismantle. Exactly, with Outro. Exactly. Thanks, Peace Earth. God, I wish I had better news for you guys. I do think that this is very funny, though, if you guys need a little bit of a palate cleanser. Just real quick here. Yeah, the Garfield Eats guy is apparently now a religious guru. And I think that's very funny. I find this to be conceptually hilarious. Oh yeah, Dragonfly, we covered that earlier tonight. Me like heroes, baby! Good night, Cardstockcaster. Ain't no such thing as good news nowadays. I don't know, I think this is funny. What is silly fella? Yeah, he wrote a book, I think it's called Ataraxia. It's about his journey from being Garfield Eats guy to being visited in a dream by the prophet and told to convert to Islam. This is very funny and somehow doesn't surprise me. No, it's like it genuinely is. It genuinely is like somehow not surprising at all. Is the prophet also Garfield? That I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. Also, if Gonzalez had not distanced herself from DSA, I believe she would have beat Hickenlooper tonight. She did come fairly close, but like, yeah, I just figured Hickenlooper was too well known. I didn't know that Gonzalez had distanced herself from DSA. I don't know, I get Andrew Tate vibes from this person. That's probably an accurate take. He's very strange, to say the least. All right, folks. With all that being said, please consider supporting the stream because you guys make this show possible.
The prophet is Garfield, lasagna be upon him.
I did think about whether or not we should talk about the Garfield Eats YouTube channel and like what is going up with this. I did think about doing a much deeper deep dive into this. But it just felt really weird I like, the more I looked into it, the more I was just like, oh, this is like AI slop and deeply uncomfortable. Like, this is the most recent thing posted to the Garfield Eats YouTube channel.
Don't you leave. Don't you leave.
Yeah, I don't think he's doing okay. I don't think he's going. I don't think he's doing okay at all. He has become Garfield, destroyer of all. This was posted May 13th. No context at all additional to this. With the description, nobody is leaving Garfield Eats until someone confesses. The secret sauce is missing. And I think he's just got AI psychosis. Yeah, Dragonfly, why did she try and distance herself from DSA? Fucking what? Look, don't say I never did anything for you guys. From Garfield to Allah. Incredible stuff. Trying not to be too radical. I got you. I got you. A stupid blunder, indeed. Now, folks, we've been going for 3.5 hours. You've been enjoying the show. Click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Hell yeah. Oh, god damn. I'm so sorry, John. What did the button do? It got clicked, hopefully. Now let me see. Do I need to berate chat more into hitting the like button? I suppose not. You've done well, chat. But are you outperforming vertical chat? That's the real question these days. Holy shit, you guys are not outperforming vertical chat. Holy shit, you guys aren't. Vertical chat outperforming horizontal chat by ratio. There are 18 viewers in vertical chat with 60 likes at this very moment. There are 300 of you here with 322 likes, which is pretty good. But it's not like a ratio of like, 3-1. That's crazy. I did hear about it, Chicago Cubbies PCA. We talked about it earlier. All right. I'm wondering, is it time for some Mina the Hollower? Is it time, folks? We're the best chat, you know it. We are horizontal, we carry the flame. Is that a game? It is a game. This was good. Anyways, it's time for me to get off the riverboat for the night. You work you work in the morning. Good night. Good night, Ransom Ballard. You get good sleep, okay? You get good sleep. Every time I say I want a 2D top-down Zelda-style Metroidvania, someone recommends me Mina the Hollower. It's very good. And also, Sake Tanuki, if you're watching, what was the name of that Fox game? I'm blanking on it right now. Because that one is genuinely... No, not Tunic. Though Tunic was also good. Maple Forest. Here. Do... This one? Yeah. God, the animation's just so good. Sinking, oh no! It's true, Black Rose PCS. What's this game? Maple Story. Or Maple Forest, right? Not Maple Story. Maple Forest. Look at his little fox home. It did not launch in summer of 2025. However, good news, everybody. It is still in development. I am inexplicably blocked by this specific person on Twitter. I don't know why, but interestingly enough, I am blocked by the developer. And don't know why. However, June 22nd, why are you using artificial intelligence? Could it be that your natural intelligence isn't enough? Yeah, they're also very anti-AI. So I'm not entirely sure what I did. But I am blocked by certain people on Twitter. I haven't been on Twitter in ages outside of for purposes of this show. Well, I'm blocked by a number of different people and I don't know why. But it's fine. I don't really care. One of those people is Kaylin Conrad, by the way. I don't know what I did, but yeah. You're scared of your reputation? I don't know. Yeah, I've never interacted with either of these people. I'm wondering because I haven't seen your game reviews. I mean, my game reviews are basically non-existent on the internet anymore, outside of like my own personal website. But I don't think I've been particularly mean in any of my reviews. You can go to my website, you know, at penslingers.org, and you can find like a lot of my reviews over there. They're not. I don't find them particularly offensive. I don't think I've said anything offensive. I have engaged critically with the different video games, but whatever. T-Leaf has an IO question. Will Imogene Olivia ever have strapless bras? You know, I'm sure at some point we will have strapless bras, but I'll have to talk with my partner about it. I'm not sure what she's interested in making next. I know we have a new color rolling out soon, and that'll be exciting. Okay. Bloop. Bloop. And you know, I did think we could do I do want to do more content tonight, but I just don't have it in me. So didn't you say you have a design that makes small booba look big? Yeah, this one. I'm wearing it right now. It's the one bralette design that we got at the moment. Like, this makes my boobs look fucking amazing. Maybe they just block political people. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not fussed about it. Kaylin, it kind of is a political. Well, I am political as well. What are you wearing right now? I'm wearing the Imogene Olivia bralette, and I'm wearing a top from kind of a. I'm wearing a top from Lulu's. My bro got facially degloved by a belt sander today. That sounds awful. Sorry to your bro. It's okay, Archangel. The second I switch over to doing video games, everyone will leave. It's okay. I understand the way of things. I understand the way of the world. What about Big Booba looks small? We're working on it. We're working on it. We're working on the technology. What are you wearing right now from Imogene Olivia? Here's the link. Ooh. Lingerie. There's a link for it. You got this. Ooh, the summer sale has started. I'm now realizing why you guys kept asking me if I'd bought anything on the summer sale. I am now understanding the questions. What about strap-on bras? Well, hey, wait a minute. Hey, look at us go. How far are you? Not far, babies. I just beat the fish thing. The fish course. Yeah, Cedars Trees. Yacht Club Games put literally everything they had into making this game. And it, like, I hope it sold enough copies to save them. Okay, now I am completely unsure where I'm going.
My epitaph, it's in my Steam library, but I haven't played it.
God. I understand. Oh God. My bones! Asshole.
Stop! Here, take your bones before it's nothing left for me. Leave me alone, bones, to get to your hand. Okay. Got a handle on your sidearms. Alright, he said he'll permit the sale. Go on top. Sky! We've got a real buyer. Take a look.
A dual sidearm permit? Fuck yeah. I like doing the little voices for the guys.
Thank you kindly. This will help me pay for the train back to Coltrane. Maybe I won't be stranded much longer. Cash, get a Ponti's exchange. They'll give you bones for stuff you probably won't ever need. I got nothing but meat. I know I tried to rob you, but I need bones to live. You did this. I'm begging you. I just need 1,000 bones to restore my body.
Okay.
Really? Yes, yes, give them to me.
Wow, I look totally normal now. Thanks. You rattled my bones, but I sure learned my lesson.
A Bell of Grace. Chance to keep Spark on death. On Sparkless Demise, save half of all bones. Cool. I need bones to live!
What a relief to see you. To see the lights returning, shining bright again. You're truly one of a kind, my friend. But you'll need more equipment to carry on. Take some bones and chop around. I won't see you go unprepared.
Okay, so I need 4 more lights to be turned on.
Tasty looking cloak you've got there. Careful now, predators might take a bite. Good day, citizen. Ossex Finest here to help. Welcome to the shop. You're here to stock up.
I might as well. All right. What a lovely little game. What's in here? What's all this then?
Howdy, I'm the manager. We're gonna wreck these machines. Just out of style. I'll pay you for doing the wrecking job. My salvage fee's 50 bones. Smash it, crash it, I don't give a hoo-how. Go for it.
God. God damn.
Good times for 2 seconds. Decent, but you need to be quiet as we step for 30.
Okay, now that I know what to do. Alright. Damn it! Okay. Damn it. It goes back and forth trying to preserve its own life from your death rampage. It does. Oh, I crashed the game. Oh no. Well, I haven't encountered this before. Why are you fighting a car? Why aren't you fighting a car? I was gonna get it that time too. Oh! Yeah! No, no. Fuck! God damn it. I don't know why it froze. Get fucked.
18 seconds! I finally an employee who can cut the mustard.
FF2 bonus stage homage.
Right?
Here, take this special bonus.
A chain capacitor. Attack enemies without missing to boost damage. Ooh. Cool. God, this weapon is actually really good. I actually... Oh, God. I don't know where to go. Because I've been up, I've been down. Let's actually go look at the map. Alright, so there is like a place to the north. Maybe I have to go up to like Radiant Manor and try going east. Maybe I'll try that. Why are you wiggling at me, though? Tenebrous times! Autumntown shrouded in dread. Disappearances mount near Septiburg. Could a monster walk amongst the leaves? Rain drain at Bone Beach. Dread worm moves no more, but the sand still shifts. Knox's Bayou in crisis. Help nowhere in sight. Cloak orders open. Taylor now accepting commissions. Functional, flattering, fatal. Botanist confirmed. Leaves feel pain. Whispers heard. Stop stepping on us. Wait, maybe I need to go to the bayou. How do I get to the bayou? Okay. Oh, Holloway, I don't want any trouble. Here, take these bones. I just want to go. That's called flirting. I'm good. Joan have been poking around. Don stayed here. Ran his all the awards and medals. Must forgot how beloved he was. He played by the book and stood by Lionel. What made him rebel? Ow. Hell yeah! Bone Stone! Okay, I haven't been over here yet. Oh god. I have so much power! Ha! Alright. Woo! Secrets! Good to see ya. There's gotta be a way through. Maybe a trinket or sidearm could help us reach that chest. Huh. What kind of chest could it be? I hope there are 2 Ds in there. 1 D for me, and 1 D for you. Huh. It's too big of a gap. I can't fit in there. go in this house? No. Welcome to Ossex, Western Gate. Ow. West backwaters, then Knox's Bayou. North across the bridge to Kindlewood. September. Let's go to the place. Let's go to the bayou, boys. Ow. Oh, wait. Oh, the fight. Okay. Let's go. Look at that. Let's go. Hell yeah! We got some flakes! Okay, now that I know how this mechanic works. Let's go! God, this is so much fun. There we go. I'm nearing the end. I can feel it in my bones. So much left undone. Never even felt the cold of snow on my skin. If only I could travel to Coltrane Peak and hold a snowball in these hands before my last year. Yeah, if only, old man. Anyway, bye. I've looted your treasures. Go. Oh. No, why? That was rude. That was a rude amount of space for me to be pushback from. There we go.
It was all spilled out to debris blocking all six exit. Western Wire's a real mess right now.
Ah! Secrets! I feel like there should be more secrets. Go. There we go. There we go. That was really scary, though. What's this thing? Cool. I did not want to deal with that thing. North September. Road temporary closed due to insurrection. Sorry for the inconvenience. What the fuck is this thing?
In life, I was fast. As a ghost, I'm faster.
No, I can't beat you in the rain, sir. I'm sorry. Hello, boy meets many. How you doing? How you doing, lovelies? Hell yeah, let's go. I got my upgraded weapons. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Ain't nothing gonna slow my roll. Oh no. Got to keep on moving. Hey, well, I can't get over there, so. The Shanty Swamp! Look at this guy! Look at this guy over here with his hat and trusting smile.
Yeah, fill my jug, cause it's empty. Jug juice run dry, no good. Fill it with pain. You help frog ribbit.
What? Equip this jug and defeat 50 enemies and fill it up. I mean, okay. Oh, I can only equip it by saving. Oh shit! Did I? No, I don't think I messed up by not letting that run out. Cool. Oh. Well. I'm not good at this game. That's okay. I'm gonna be honest, I can't swim yet, so did I just soft block myself? Guys. Soft locking myself. No, I didn't. Am I just stupid? Wait, you can burrow into water? That's a game changer right there. I didn't know that. Okay. Okay. Let's try this again. Thank you. It's mentioned in the manual. Okay. Yeah, it's very unintuitive, but okay. Okay. Ha! There we go. That was profoundly helpful, Fancy Wire. Thank you. So for here, though. A monkey man.
Hey, Pipsqueak, would you like to browse my stuff?
I want to chat with you.
Whatever secret it is like, you've got the printers all twisted. That's all wrecked. Saw some troopers march through, but no one's come back.
Let's see what he's got. A spark catcher. Grants 1 extra spark container. Ooh, a keyer. Definitely want that. And a plasma vial. Oh. Wonder what happens, like there's an animation if he... So I'm wondering if, like, I buy all of his things. Will he also do something else? I want to buy these cute little toys he has.
Some other stuff aboard.
Ah, he's got stuff again. Okay, nothing interesting. Oh god, I didn't know they could do that. Oh. I just broke into his business. Oh god!
This place ain't for customers.
Yes, I would like to buy your things. So maybe if I buy all of his items, he will make the cart. Like maybe he'll be bored. The other side. Then maybe I can get it. How can I rob him of his treasures? There we go. Jewel box. fine. Wait, there's a shortcut.
Oh, are you helping me look for my ladder? Yeah, it's back here. Check out front.
Thanks. There we go. Ah! Wait, you can carry the ladder outside? Ah, damn it. These guys look chill as fuck.
My brother's such a good fisherman, right? Admiring my fishing rod, eh? It's a beauty. I'm working on catching the big one. What's that? You never fished? Oh, you simply must. You can borrow my rod. Care to try?
Oh my god! Oh my god! I was not expecting that.
He's gone. I can't believe it. Got the rod. It's up to you to carry on his legacy. Catch every fish you can. I'll track him here. Want to take a look at the fish board?
No. Wait. Oh. Oh, God. Sleeper head. How do I just cast it a little bit? There we go. How do I tell what is an item and what is just fish? Or can I not? Okay, and so that one doesn't count as a fish, I guess? Okay. Oh, look at all these fish. Oh god. God damn it. This is the first area you beat? I love how flexible this game is. Hell yeah. Damn it. Oh, I see. No. Oh, I can't. Thought maybe there's a secret area up there. Okay. Making some progress. Vandalize his roof a little bit. There we go. I don't think there's any reason I need it elsewhere. But it does look like I could take it elsewhere, so maybe... Aha! Evasion powder. There we go, baby! Wait. Sir, do you need a ladder?
Our train vanished a ways back. We're collecting points for a replacement using this device.
Teehee. Okay. A fish. I feel like there has to be a fish here. And yet, you have to catch one. It's like an actual fish. I'm gonna do one more. Alright. Ha! Oh god. Go. Why can't I catch that? Oh, I see. It looks like there are 2 additional treasures trapped by gearlocks. Okay. I think I did everything I can. You get the original weapons you didn't choose. I'm gonna get that train back, baby. You ever seen a frog around these parts? Got a tad smaller than me. A guy drank a bucket of juice night before last and wandered off into the bayou. Sad days, sad. Our band ain't whole. Our amphibious composer's gone missing live. If you spot a little frog out there, bring him back. This band can't play a note without its composer. And that fella owes us, owes me 20 bones. Ah, the jug isn't full yet? Damn it. What time is it? Folks, I think I'm gonna call it for the night. It's 3 o'clock and I'm sleepy AF. Honestly, this is a good place. Because I am overstimulated as hell. Hope you all enjoyed the show. And, yeah. Today sucked. And, tomorrow, I'm hoping will be better. Sleep well, everybody. And, see you all tomorrow. Bye.